Stanley Cup Final got off to a hot start with a comeback win for the Vegas Golden Knights over the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael Jr. spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Falcons signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030. The Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension. NFL insider Jordan Schultz said former Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald told him that returning to the NFL, quote, is a possibility. The Cardinals coach, Mike LaFleur, said Marvin Harrison Jr. will be playing the Devontae Adams role as the team's ex-receiver, and the Dolphins signed wide receiver Jalen Reagor. The NBA Final begins tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs. Tip-off set for 8:30. And in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 5-4. The Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2. And the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Now, this music is
This is summery
this
music.
gets you in a good mood, and it's going to be a strange transition to just ask this question right off the bat. Do the Sabres have to fire Eric Stahl now?
Does he still work in the organization?
That's a question worth asking.
I've never heard an answer.
You can't rev that siren as a member of the Sabres. No. Is he
right.
still a consultant? Is he still on the payroll?
He can't be,
We
right?
got to find out. You're fired. Thank you for your services. You got to go.
He's not listed on the site, so and he hasn't been.
Okay.
See, he hasn't been for a while, but I don't. Oh no, he is still listed.
He's still on the Sabres website?
Sorry, he's still listed as special assistant to general manager.
We must stage a sit-in or some sort of protest to get Eric Stahl graciously removed from the Sabres front office if he has any role.
Gather your things.
Thank you.
That'll be it.
Stay in Carolina. You did a great job on the siren there.
Right.
Congratulations. Our team employees are not revving up Carolina fans.
No.
Period.
I mean, would he be at the parade if they won the series?
He'd probably be he'd be on a float. Yes. Got to go. That's how we're starting our Wednesday. Who can we call?
See, special assistant to general manager. I guess it just says general manager. He was a special assistant to Kevin Adams.
To the other general manager.
Right. So does it not carry over? Does he have who's in office space? Does he have an office in the bottom of the building? And he's like just kind of still hanging around and nobody knows why. Is that all that he's doing? Was he ever here in the first place?
Great question.
He might have just been remote from the beginning.
Don't forget, he was here. There was the time that the GM said he had a conversation with Eric Stahl. You should have heard what he just said about, something. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Don't tell me that got away from you.
No, I remember it, but what was it about?
He didn't tell us because it was so profound. Like, you should have heard the conversation. We just talked about a couple.
But he wouldn't tell us.
No, of course. It was, state secrets.
Right.
I remember, in the dark days, a lot of things hurt us. And in the dark days, a lot of things got us to feel, myself, snarky and like, wonder what he could have talked about in there.
This season, there was a lot of that stuff.
That's right.
Remember, didn't Kesselring say something like right away that got everybody really hot and bothered?
Yeah, like 10 games in, he said that there's more attention here.
Yeah.
Anyway, game 1 goes to the Golden Knights. Here's a stat for you. I don't think it's stat of the day worthy. We'll sit on it. Not quite stat of the day.
Okay.
But
It's a stat.
It's a stat. Carolina had the league lead, tied for the league lead in games lost blowing a multiple goal lead. They did not lose a lot of games.
Right.
But when they would lose, they would blow multiple goal leads. And last night they blew a 2-goal lead in the first period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did anyone find out who you're rooting for last night? I'll just say this about Vegas. The thought I had about Vegas last night, watching Vegas and Carolina, and we'll get to a lot of other things, but it is just really impressive. And this is the Sabres. This was Montreal. This was, what did we see last night? Home team loses again. Mm-hmm. Home team in that unbelievable atmosphere. I just have so much respect for teams that can tune it out. And the Sabres did this all year and did it in the playoffs too. But, like, man, you are in the arena, and Vegas is down 2-0, and it's like, back to work.
Yep.
Let's go do what we do.
They erase it pretty quickly.
Yeah. So good for Vegas. They're up 1-0. I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina, those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game, like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that, where it's high scoring.
It's good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates like running to him. I immediately thought, like, oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then did you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went.
Good hockey.
It was good hockey.
It was good hockey.
I mean, Carolina did not look as dominant as they have all playoffs.
No.
They look like we finally are playing somebody that's evenly matched with us. Because those 3 previous opponents just never looked like they had it. So, yeah, it could be a good series.
803-0550 is our phone number if you want to join us. A lot of goals, 5-4, the final score, and Vegas gets the goal that puts them up to win the game late. Like,
yeah, hurdle.
You might have thought heading to overtime here, but no. And Vegas with the lead, like, they're a great defensive team. They have been for a while here. Tortorella, man, John Tortorella going in to win the Stanley Cup is going to be, true or false, is going to be on the level of, if he does win the Cup, John Gruden must step in for Tony Dungy. The football world has had it for a while, and we've seen it in hockey before. But we saw it with Dan Bylsma, right? We saw it with, is it Larry Anderson that I'm thinking of? Larry Robinson in New Jersey is going way back. But a new version of, I don't like the way my team is playing. I know they're going to the playoffs. They should fire this guy and hire, maybe it'll be John Tortorella. In 4 years, will John Tortorella be available to be hired right before the playoffs? The answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
He's not coaching Vegas for 4 years.
No, he's not.
He'll get fired after they win the Cup. He'll get fired in a year or maybe step away. I'm thinking like Torts is going to be this guy that's just available in April if you need him.
Yeah.
Like a hired gun to come in and coach another team.
Right at the end.
We'll be sitting here saying like, boy, I don't know, it's been a good run, but Torts is out there.
Yeah, what a job that is for him then at that point, right?
Yeah, right.
I'm going to coach a couple months of the year. I'm just going to come in and win the Cup for you.
It might be his dream come true.
Is your good team not achieving the expectations you'd like? Hire me in March or April. But April for him, right?
I'm saying 5 years from now we're going to have that conversation. Maybe not about the Sabres, maybe the Sabres will be playing against Torts.
Not as long as Lindy's the coach.
No, that's right.
But if 3 years from now, especially with Kekalainen, because he has a relationship with Tortorella, isn't as long as Kekalainen is the general manager. Any time there is any coaching question, isn't Tortorella going to come up because they had a long-term relationship in Columbus?
Sure.
At some point,
sure.
Tortorella will be old enough where he's not coaching anymore, right?
You would think?
If Yarmo is
How
still the
old is
GM
he?
in 6 years, which I think things are going pretty well at that point, what's Tortorella then?
He's 67 years old.
Yeah,
He's old as Lindy.
Once he gets into his 70s, I'm thinking, well, you still think he could do it?
He looks pretty, looks pretty with it.
Yeah. Guys just don't coach in their 70s often, though.
Not often. Well, game one goes to Vegas. And the NBA Finals get started tonight. The schedule for today, here's what we got for you coming up today. We'll go in reverse order. At 8 o'clock this morning, Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. We have him on, every once in a while. He's kind of like our NBA source, NBA insider. He's seen the league for decades. A senior writer at NBA.com, Steve Ashburner, joins us at 8 o'clock to preview the Knicks and Spurs, which get started tonight. 7:30, we'll check in with Sal from Bills OTAs. They were at OTAs yesterday. We got a little bit of news on Travis Clayton switching positions. He's going from the offensive side to the defensive side. Okay, make your jokes here. The Bills are so desperate at defensive line that they're using their own offensive linemen in the mix. But Travis Clayton switches positions, and we'll get Sal's thoughts on everything else going on there. Joe Marino at 7 o'clock. He has his yearly feature. It's like a pillar of the offseason, the 10 most important Bills to the future. And we'll talk about that in that project with Joe Marino. I had a chance to be a part of that. And the number 2, do you know who finished number 2?
No, not yet.
Number 2, the second most important Bill.
It's not Josh Allen.
No,
of course.
Josh Allen wins number 1 every time.
Obviously.
So basically, this is the who's the second most important Bill? What Joe does for his project with Locked On Bills is asks 10 panelists to submit, maybe even more, a 1 through 10, blends the rankings. He also uses his Discord channel, and then here's where everybody ranked, and he charts from year to year. Like, where does Keon Coleman go from rookie year to second year to third year? In and out of the top 10. Kincaid's movement, I feel like Kincaid was once number 2, dropped down to number 10. But this year, who did the panel in a blended set of rankings say is the second most important Bill?
I am going to guess that the panel went with DJ Moore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Is it that slam dunky?
No.
Is it
No,
just,
I don't think so,
Is it just
but-
that it's new?
It's new. It's a critically important position. It's a position that they have not been very strong at, and also feel like the depth behind him, especially like perimeter receiver, separator, go-to guy, if something were to happen to him or if he just had a bad year, then I'm right back to there's nobody on this team that I can really trust. Unless, you get a miracle and Skylar Bell is like, Amon-Ra St. Brown or something as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you're not going to have that guy. So I think it's what's behind him. I think it's how important the position is. I do think that he's new also. He's talented. Yeah, like, I feel like more he would have been my answer for this. I mean, you could get to, like...
Who's third?
I know, that's the... I don't think Moore has to be a slam dunk, but I feel like I'm going to have a tougher time telling you who third is.
Yeah.
Because maybe that's because third could be...
Bradley Chubb.
Dawkins
Could be
It could
a million
be
guys.
Rousseau. It could be Oliver. It could be Benford. There's a ton of guys I feel like I could nominate for third. They would all be in the same tier.
James Cook.
Yeah, I mean,
Could be.
yeah.
Big player for them last year. Yeah, Moore finishing second. Maybe there's, a little bit of bias towards the new guy coming in, but, I feel like they're going to lean on him a lot. And they're probably going to want to make it work early. So we'll get a chance to see him as a part of this offense. He and Josh Allen working together at OTAs. We'll talk about that with Sal coming up at 7:30. So Joe Marino 7, Sal 7:30, Steve Ashburner coming up at 8 o'clock on the NBA Finals opening with Game 1. Also, we've got Hot and Cold brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling as Joe Cali puts that together, takes us around the sports world, and off we go. There is a little bit of a note is a postscript to the A.J. Brown story.
Mm-hmm.
He listed 4 teams. Albert Breer told Rich Eisen this. We got the clip. We'll play it maybe later, but here's the nuts and bolts of it. Albert Breer told Rich Eisen that A.J. Brown submitted 4 teams because the Eagles said, pick the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
And he put out a list of 4 teams.
Yeah.
Patriots, Chargers, Chiefs, Bills.
Mm-hmm.
And Breer says the Bills pulled out immediately because they had traded for DJ Moore, which begs the question, like, if they had known, would it have been different? I don't think so. I think the Bills are pretty confident with what they've done. You know, they did it so early in the offseason. To me, that sounds like, you know, they jumped on a trade. They loved the idea, but
And they didn't want to risk it.
they didn't want to risk it. And for Brown,
Yeah.
it was one of those 4 teams, but the Bills were on his list.
Right. But yeah, to me, it would be more. It could be a lot of things, but one of them would be if you feel like I've got to get an upgrade at receiver, a known commodity upgrade at receiver on the outside this offseason. I can either lock in DJ Moore right now, or I can play the game, I can play the feud, and see if I can win the A.J. Brown sweepstakes. And for that, I've got to outbid New England. I've maybe got to outbid 2 other teams. I'm not going to find out officially until June 1st. Like, I would understand why they would think, let's lock in an idea in March and do it when we need to do this. We need to do something here. There's no doubt to me, though, like, there is an advantage to waiting and winning and taking the risk. Like, New England got a better player, to me, like, wholeheartedly. They got a better player. So they didn't want to take the risk. Think it's defendable. But, yeah, like, what you're missing out on is better player, and you would have blocked him from going to a division rival, like, at the same time.
Yeah, you wonder if the Bills had done that if the Patriots would have sought DJ Moore. I guess that's possible, right? He moved.
Maybe.
If they wanted an upgrade, they wanted somebody there that you could find these 2 on, flip-flopped on teams.
Right. So I don't know. Like, it could be that. It could be so many things, right? It could have been the knee. It could have been they just pulled out immediately because of personality. Like, they don't want to deal with any receiver that they have to think twice about in that department. That would any receiver that might make Josh Allen uncomfortable for even a moment. Like, out. Any guy that we even think that could happen with, we're not doing it. It could have been that. So I don't know. Like, I kind of wish. Part of me wishes they were in it. He's a great player, and I think he would be one of the best 5 receivers in the league if he was on this team, and he might be that in New England too. And Moore, I think, I don't know, can Moore be one of the best 5 receivers in the league? Like, I'm not quite going that far. I think he could be great.
He can be productive, right?
But Brown, to me, is like he could lead the league in receiving if he was on your team. And Moore is like he could get 1,200 yards for you, and you'll be really happy.
Isn't that, though, at the root of one of those, at the root of the
Just
question?
He's a higher level player.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, the root question, part of the, could DJ Moore be a top 5 receiver production-wise? Would Brown, if he had jumped in, been like top target guy? Mm-hmm. And this is a question Joe Marino and I kicked around last week. Like, will the Bills' passing game have a kingpin? Mm-hmm. Will there be a 127 target guy? Like, if you look at NFL targets last year, do you know where
127? I bet wouldn't even rank like.
It's not really kingpin, but it would be.
It would be the Bills' kingpin.
Yes, it would be significant because the Bills' target leader last year, as compared to all the targeted receivers in football.
Yep.
Khalil Shakir leads them in targets. Where did he rank in targets?
He ranked 40th.
42nd. Yeah. Number 42 in targets. That's the Bills' leading receiver in targets. 72 catches, 95 targets. And, if DJ Moore were to get to 125 targets, that would be 13th in the NFL.
Okay.
So I think I'll put him over 100. I think I might put him in the neighborhood of like 110 to 115. That's CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, Devonta Smith, Drake London's 112, right? Mm-hmm. Is DJ Moore going to get this? Drake London, by the way, just signed a huge, massive contract extension with Atlanta that I thought was, it's a little bit steep, but he is good. There's no doubt about that. He's good. He ate up the Bills.
If you want to talk about, just using last year, like, how high could Moore be in the league? I said top 5, just throwing that out there. 5th last year in the league was 1,400 yards. That was Amon-Ra St. Brown. But top 10 was 1,117. So could DJ Moore be top 10 in the league in receiving yards next year? Like, I think absolutely he
I think it's possible, yeah.
But could he be challenging for number one? Like, I'm not going that far. Because the number one guys, like the top five, the 5 most receiving yards last year, like, where do you have to be in targets? 163, 166, 137, 185, 172. Mm-hmm. Like, you got to be a lot higher than 127, which is, by the way, like, if that were around his number, I think it'd be great. And I think that would be a huge upgrade. That would kind of feel like things are going well. But in terms of, like, kingpin, bona fide number one, is he the new Diggs trade for them? Like, Diggs, 127, just using it as a number, would be 27 targets lower than Diggs ever had as a Bill.
Right.
Like, it still would be a drop from where we're talking about the elite guys, which is where I think Brown could live. Like, Brown could go to New England and have 170 targets. And I don't think Moore has that in him in an offense. I'd be surprised.
You wonder if the Bills will pass enough to give him that much. Like, that's a part of this,
that too. Yeah.
Is Joe Brady, without Sean McDermott designing game plans, someone that's going to pass the ball more often, more frequently, more neutral pass rate, a higher neutral pass rate, I should say.
Like, he will not – I don't think he will set his career high in targets. You know what it is?
Boy. I bet it's 140.
It was the year that Joe Brady began the year as Carolina's offensive coordinator and they got fired in like week 9 or 10.
Yeah.
It's 163.
Wow. Yeah, he's not getting 163.
No.
Right?
He had 140 with Chicago, but he had 163. 163 in an offense that Joe Brady ran, but even he's talked about how different it is. But yeah, no, he's not. Right?
No, he's not getting 163.
He's not getting 163 targets.
It's like 9 to 10 a game. That seems drastic. I don't think so.
Yeah. So, but there's levels in between it. I just think New England got the better player. It was risky to go for that, and in that way, you're eliminating risk by getting the guy. I don't like what the Bills paid. I don't know if I ever will, unless if he catches a game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. Like, who's going to care? But I just feel like they got a pretty good player, and New England got a guy who could be elite and could be arguably the best receiver in football if things are going really well for him. So they don't want to take the risk for that. I understand it because the Bills put themselves in a position, I think, where they couldn't take the risk for A.J. Brown. Like, you just are so barren at the position that you had to be in a place where I can't wait. I can't risk it. I need a guy. If Coleman had been better, maybe they wouldn't have done anything, but if Coleman had been like a productive number 2, number 3 level guy in his first 2 years and you could trust him being on the field, and Palmer was what Palmer was with the Chargers, like a solid number 3. Like, if you had a receiving core where guys were like not quite clearing expectations but meeting expectations, then maybe they would have been in a position to say, yeah, we don't mind DJ Moore, but we feel okay about our receiver, so yeah, we're going to wait and we're going to shoot for that guy.
Or go to the
because
draft.
If we don't get him, we don't feel desperate.
Or go to the draft and do it earlier in the draft, because the Moore pick with the second round pick is of course going to stop them from taking one maybe first or third.
Right. So part of why I think you can't chase a guy like that is because you put yourself in a position where I can't risk not having anybody. And if I wait for Brown and don't get him, now I'm stuck.
Yeah. 803-0550. A.J. Brown participates in OTAs. DJ Moore participating in OTAs. And
number 1 he's wearing?
He's wearing number 1, yeah.
Did he wear that? No, he wore 11, didn't he?
Yes, he wore 11.
All right.
He also had an AI version of a picture of himself in a Tom Brady jersey made. Photoshop, whatever you want to say. Like, he's
a Tom Brady jersey? Like the Tom Brady era jersey?
Yeah, like I learned after he got traded to New England that the Patriots were his childhood team that he liked. That's the claim now. There you go.
It is.
That's yes, I think so.
Where did he grow up?
He's making the claim. A.J. Brown,
Mississippi.
He liked the Patriots.
He's a Brady kid. A bandwagon Patriots fan.
Yeah.
I like him a lot less now.
There are a lot of those, yeah. Anyway.
To be fair, I think the Bills quarterback might have been one of those too.
Sure.
I've seen pictures of him in the same jersey.
I feel like you and I might have been if we lived in Arizona. Right?
True.
Living here,
maybe.
Here, that was not exactly possible.
No.
Living anywhere else,
it's possible.
Very possible. 803-0550 is our phone number to join us, 1-888-550-2550. So, A.J. Brown trade complete. On to the NFL offseason with OTAs. Sal Capaccio joins us coming up at 7:30. Joe Marino at 7. And the NBA Finals preview with Steve Ashburner at 8 o'clock. Hot and cold, lots of fun along the way. Thanks for joining us. Another beautiful day here on WGR. Do the Sabres have to fire Eric Stahl now?
Does he still work in the organization?
That's a question worth asking.
I've never heard an answer.
You can't rev that siren as a member of the Sabres. No. Is he still a consultant? Is he still on the payroll?
He can't be,
We
right?
got to find out. You're fired. Thank you for your services. You got to go.
He's not listed on the site, so and he hasn't been.
Okay.
He hasn't been for a while, but I don't. Oh, no, he is still listed. There
He's
he
still
is.
on the Sabres
Yeah,
website?
sorry, he's still listed as special assistant to general manager.
We must stage a sit-in or some sort of protest to get Eric Stahl graciously removed from the Sabres front office if he has any role.
Gather your things.
Thank you.
That'll be it.
Stay in Carolina. You did a great job on the siren there.
Right.
Congratulations. Our team employees are not revving up Carolina fans.
No.
Period.
I mean, would he be at the parade if they won the series?
He'd probably be he'd be on a float. Yes. Got to go. That's how we're starting our Wednesday. Who can we call?
See, special assistant to general manager. I guess it just says general manager. He was a special assistant to Kevin Adams.
To the other general manager.
Right. So does it not carry over? Does he have who's in office space? Does he have an office in the bottom of the building? And he's like just kind of still hanging around and nobody knows why. Is that all that he's doing? Was he ever here in the first place?
Great question.
He might have just been remote from the beginning.
Don't forget, he was here. There was the time that the GM said he had a conversation with Eric Stahl. You should have heard what he just said about, something. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Don't tell me that got away from you.
No, I remember it, but what was it about?
He didn't tell us because it was so profound. Like, you should have heard the conversation. We just talked about a couple.
But he wouldn't tell us.
No, of course. It was, state secrets. Good for Vegas. They're up 1-0 I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina. Those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game. Like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that, where it's high scoring.
It's good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates running to him. I immediately thought oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then did you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went.
The Stanley Cup Final got off to a hot start with a comeback win for the Vegas Golden Knights over the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night, puck drop set for 8 o'clock. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael Jr. spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Falcons signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030. The Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension. NFL insider Jordan Schultz said former Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald told him that returning to the NFL, quote, is a possibility. Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said that Marvin Harrison Jr. will play the Devontae Adams role as the team's ex-receiver, and the Dolphins signed wide receiver Jalen Reagor. The NBA final begins tonight between the Knicks and Spurs. Tip-off is set for 8:30. And in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 5-4. The Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2. And the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. You can join Brian Koziel this Saturday, June 6th, as he broadcasts live from the Batavia Downs for the Belmont Stakes from 2 to 5 p.m. Check out the Belmont parties and specials at BataviaDownsGaming.com. Batavia Downs Gaming and Hotel, the area's premier entertainment destination. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Missed him, or he would have gone in unimpeded. 3.5 to go. Hurdle into the dot to Sissons. Back for Hurdle. He scores! Tomas Hurdle. Then it's 5-4 Vegas.
Sean McDonough on the call. It would end 5-4. Stop me if you've heard this before. Home teams losing in the playoffs. Vegas takes a 1-0 series lead. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I have a personal, is this a wish? Is this a commitment? Is this I don't know. I'll just say the sentence that I thought driving in, and I would just looked into it a little further. You know what I'd like out of the 2026 Buffalo Bills? Mm-hmm. I'd like to notice Greg Rousseau more. I know he's pretty good. Like, they signed him. He's not a good player. Mm-hmm. I'd just like to notice him more. That's it. Because when we're talking about Myles Garrett trades or Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, even Jared Verse, like a lot of Bills fans maybe learned who Jared Verse was. A lot of you probably knew who Jared Verse was. But I knew who Jared Verse was because when I watched the Rams, I noticed that guy all the time. He's very noticeable. He did not have a ton of sacks, but he's very noticeable. And Rousseau finished this season with 7 sacks. And I had the thought, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to look in. Where were they? Were they important sacks? When Vaughn had his season with 8 sacks,
they were closer sacks.
They were almost all important.
Yeah.
And forcing turnovers or ending a game or a 3rd and 10 or a forced fumble. We look back on the Vaughn year as, well, they signed him and it didn't work out because he got hurt. The 8 sacks leading up to that, they were a lot of important ones. And Rousseau, pressure matters. It's not just sacks. So pressure matters. But Rousseau is a walking example of the sacks being a quarterback stat and the pressure being the thing you should go off of. So he does get pressures. His pressure numbers are a bit behind Jared Verse, but not that far behind. Like he gets some pressure. Mm-hmm. But Rousseau finished the season with 7 sacks. And 4 of them, if you count like half sacks together, which this is what the NFL does, right? So, he had 2.5 against Shedeur Sanders. Mm-hmm. Immediately, I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm down to that's a season with 4.5 sacks otherwise.
Right.
He had 1 against Mahomes, a half against Mahomes. That's good. 1 against Andy Dalton, 1 against Drake May, half against Jalen Hurts, another against Drake May, half against Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. I've got 2 against May. Those are good. And then 4.5 against guys that are backups or can't play, and that's Fields, Dalton, and Shedeur Sanders. So sacks can be, of course, related to the caliber of quarterback you're playing. You get Shedeur Sanders 2.5 times in the game. If that game's against Josh Allen, you're not getting him 2.5 times. No way. Mm-hmm. So I just like to notice Rousseau more, and hopefully the new scheme is tailor-made to do that, right? He's going to be rushing off the edge. They could bounce him around. In the old system, they'd put him on the inside sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. So, whatever. That's 2026 Bills. Tell me something that could go right. Noticing Rousseau more would be one for me.
You know, there's one thing that I almost want to add a layer to about edge rushers and, like, what's valuable. There's sacks, and then below that, there's pressures. And we've talked about how also important it is to get quick pressures, right, after the quarterback. And last year, like, that's another big difference between Rousseau and a guy like Verse. Like, Rousseau gets pressures, but they're almost sometimes, I wonder how many of them are coverage pressures. Like, you've heard the term coverage sacks, like coverage pressures. He had 6 quick pressures in the league. Like, when you're looking at the list, like, I have to go to the next page to find him on the list of defensive ends in the NFL. He had 6 last year in total, and it was well over 3 seconds his time to pressure. Whereas,
what's a good number in the NFL for quick pressures?
Well, like Jared Verse, he had, his quick pressures under 3 seconds. He had 19 last year.
To Rousseau's
which
6?
19 was 11th in the league.
Okay.
You have 2 guys, like, way at the top. Like, Abdul Carter was at 48.
48 quick pressures.
But, like, there were only 3 guys above 25.
Okay.
So Carter might be, like, an anomaly.
Sure.
Like,
but
he's
Rousseau
so far above.
But Rousseau was at 6.
Rousseau was at 6, which is far down the list, and Verse was 11th in the league with 19. Like, that's you want to be up around 20 if you want to be, like, one of the top-level guys, it looks like, in the league at that specifically. So I don't think that has to mean there's no value in what Rousseau does, but I think that context matters to why, like, a guy like Verse is a better player. Because it's not just that he's getting pressures, it's he's getting there half a second earlier than Rousseau is, which could be a big half second. That could be one less progression that the quarterback is able to go through before he has to bail on the pocket or has to throw it away or has to check it down. So, like, that's always been a bit of Rousseau's thing too. Like, he's just big and tall, and he's a little bit stiff, right? Because he's 6'6", 6'7" at the position. That I just never feel like he's going to be the number one edge rusher guy you want on a defense. He can be valuable, but lacking that quick twitch, I think, can prevent you from being, like, one of the top-level guys in the league. And that's why I think you don't notice him that often. Like, it's not – what are the sacks you notice the most? I wonder how many of the sacks are, guys are covered down the field and quarterback's looking, no one open. Okay, now here's Rousseau, and he gets him. You know when you notice edge rushers? Like a guy, this is Garrett all last year, right off the line, one step, one move, he's by the guy, and now he's hammering the quarterback. Like, immediately, before the quarterback can even, like, think, he's blasted in the pocket. Like, those are the sacks you notice, and those are the sacks Greg Rousseau, I don't really think, gets. Or at least he hasn't gotten to this point.
803-0550, putting up a Twitter poll. Do you think the Bills' pass rush will be good this year? Yes or no? And then comment underneath. Jordan in Syracuse. Jordan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gents. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. All good.
Okay, great. One quick comment and then 2 quick questions for you guys. I'll try and be as fast as possible. So my first comment is with respect to the NHL. Watching last night's game, I basically moved on from the Sabres at this point. Loved our season, loved what we did, ready for next year. I just want to watch good hockey at this point. Last night was fantastic, so I'm happy to see that for the Stanley Cup. Quick question, generally speaking, about the NHL. Why do you guys think that home ice hasn't necessarily been an advantage? On my way into work this morning, I was kind of thinking to myself, I was like, is it because hockey's just kind of continuous pace of play, and maybe there's not as much communication that's happening versus the NFL where you have kind of set pieces and, the fans can really disrupt communication? I was just kind of curious what you guys thought about that. My second question is with respect to the Bills, I don't know why I'm thinking this, but it just feels like the Bills on offense are just going to kind of be more of the same. I mean, we had a really good rush attack for the past 2 years. I remember back to the Ken Dorsey era before Joe Brady came in. It's like, can we establish a run game? Can we do something a little bit differently? It feels like we've done that. And I'm not sure that bringing in DJ Moore would change that all too much, other than just having a guy that you would hope can make that big catch when it's needed. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jordan. To the second question first, I do think the Bills' offense will be more of the same. For better or for worse, they're probably going to have a little more screen pass game than we all like, but it'll be there, and Moore should be a part of that, and he's good after the catch, and he's like, I always like the way that he plays. He's kind of a bully. I think they'll commit to the run game. The number one thing I'm wondering is, will we just get 100 more passing attempts than we did last year or the last couple of years? Because, Josh Allen not topping 4,000 yards passing is kind of wild, and could Joe Brady decide to kind of dip back into that? Also, of course, game script's going to matter. If their defense is not very good, they could find themselves in more shootouts. They could find themselves in the early stage of the season. They play, Detroit and the Chargers and the Patriots. All three of those teams can probably score. And if you have to score a lot, you might put up bigger numbers. So I think the offense will look similar to last year, not massive changes. I think you'll see DJ Moore in the backfield and Skylar Bell in the backfield, and you'll see tight ends moving all over the place and 3 tight end sets and Dalton Kincaid and this and that. So, yeah, basically what I'm describing is what we've seen in years past.
One thing that could be different, like is James Cook going to run the ball 300 times again this year?
I think
are they going to be
300 stuff, but
309 is where he was at last year. He was at 207 the year before.
I'll put him at like 280.
You want to put him?
If I put it over,
you want closer to last year than the year before.
Definitely. He led the league in rushing. It'll be very easy, I think, if they're ever in trouble or any sort of, all right, what are we going to do? We're going to establish the league's leading rusher again. We're going to make sure we give him his opportunities. So, yeah, I think they'll lean on Cook. If I put an over-under on it, I would put it closer to the 300 than the 200. Is 258 a good number? Like, what number would get you to bet under?
Well,
injuries aside.
I certainly would on 300. Yeah, like your 280 number, I might go under, but I think that's probably about a good number.
Yeah.
Like, that's a 30 carry decrease. Which would, I think, be attributed to I'm going to throw the ball a little bit more.
Maybe a little more.
Because I have a receiver now that is worthy of getting some of those targets.
And getting $29 million a year, so let's make sure that looks like it works.
Like, those
and
plays.
And both the coach and the GM, of course, took up for this player. The coach would have pounded the table because he worked with him before, so let's make that work.
What I would hope would be different is those plays that drive us nuts on 2nd and 2 when the Bills run the ball all the time and take the first down, which the defense basically wants you to do. All of those plays that they just run the ball on 2nd and 2, now do I have a receiver where I'm going to throw it here? 30 times a year, 20 times a year, where that's a run. Is that now, let me take my shot here. I've got a guy that I think could win. Now I'm going to treat this more like the free down that it is, because I feel like I actually have somebody on the field that can help me take advantage of that. That's the type of difference in the offense that I'm wondering if we'll see. And that would be a difference in how often you're running it versus how often you're passing it. Last year, the Bills' neutral pass rate was 51%, which was 18th in the NFL. Could Moore push them to be 12th in the league? I don't think they're going to go crazy.
So.
They're not going to be second, right?
It'd be nice.
But I think they could go a little bit higher in that department.
And on the point about hockey and winning at home, I don't have an explanation. I'm just tired of hearing it's because family members ask for tickets. It's the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
We're 5 rounds in. The Sabres in Game 7 stayed in a hotel. They still lost at home, They didn't stay at home. They didn't have the distractions. They still lost at home. So, I don't know. If somebody figures it out, it would be valuable. But this is just a weird year for that. And did it only happen in the East this year? Was it the same in the West? Because in the East, it was absolutely a big thing.
Yeah.
Montreal, Buffalo, Tampa all lost at home. Boston lost at home.
Yeah, it was a thing in the East, bigger than the West, but it happened in the West too. There were a lot of home team losses over there too. It was not like they were going at a 75% win rate or anything.
We'll take your theories. 803-0550. We got to get a break in. 1-888-550-2550. Joe Marino, top of the hour. Get his thoughts on this Rousseau conversation. Just I would hope in 2026 I'd like to notice him a little bit more, and we'll get your Twitter poll updated. Get your calls in. And Joe Marino, 7, Sal Capaccio, 7:30 here on WGR. Joe Marino at 7 o'clock. He has his yearly feature. It's like a pillar of the offseason, the 10 most important bills to the future. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk about that in that project with Joe Marino. I had a chance to be a part of that. Mm-hmm. And the number 2, do you know who finished number 2?
No, yeah.
Number 2, the second most important bill.
It's not Josh Allen.
No,
of course.
Josh Allen wins number 1 every time. Obviously. So basically, this is the who's the second most important bill? What Joe does for his project with Locked On Bills is asks 10 panelists to submit, maybe even more, a 1 through 10, blends the rankings. He also uses his Discord channel, and then here's where everybody ranked, and he charts from year to year. Like, where does Keon Coleman go from rookie year to second year to third year? You know, in and out of the top 10. Mm-hmm. Kincaid's movement, I feel like Kincaid was once number 2, dropped down to number 10. But this year, who did the panel in a blended set of rankings say is the second most important bill?
I am going to guess that the panel went with DJ Moore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Is it that slam dunky?
No.
Is it?
No,
just,
I don't think so.
Is it just that it's new?
It's new. It's a critically important position. It's a position that they have not been very strong at, and also feel like the depth behind him, especially like perimeter receiver, separator, go-to guy, if something were to happen to him or if he just had a bad year, then I'm right back to there's nobody on this team that I can really trust. Unless, you get a miracle and Skylar Bell is like, Amon-Ra St. Brown or something as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you're not going to have that guy. So I think it's what's behind him. I think it's how important the position is. I do think that he's new also. He's talented. Yeah, like, I feel like more he would have been my answer for this.
Do the Sabres have to fire Eric Stahl?
Now? Does he still work in the organization?
That's a question worth asking.
I've never heard an answer.
You can't rev that siren as a member of the Sabres. No.
Is
he still a consultant? Is he still on the payroll?
He can't be,
We got to find out. You're fired. Thank you for your services. You got to go.
He's not listed on the site, so and he hasn't been.
Okay.
He hasn't been for a while, but I don't. Oh, no, he is still listed.
He's still on the Sabres website?
Sorry, he's still listed as special assistant to general manager.
We must stage a sit-in or some sort of protest to get Eric Stahl graciously removed from the Sabres front office if he has any role.
Gather your things.
Thank you.
That'll be it.
Stay in Carolina. You did a great job on the siren there.
Right.
Congratulations. Our team employees are not revving up Carolina fans.
No.
Period.
Would he be at the parade if they won the series?
He'd probably be he'd be on a float. Yes. Gotta go. That's how we're starting our Wednesday. Who can we call?
See, special assistant to general manager. I guess it just says general manager. He was a special assistant to Kevin Adams.
To the other general manager.
Right. So does it not carry over? Does he have who's in office space? Does he have an office in the bottom of the building? And he's like just kind of still hanging around and nobody knows why. Is that all that he's doing? Was he ever here in the first place?
Great question.
He might have just been remote from the beginning.
Don't forget, he was here. There was the time that the GM said he had a conversation with Eric Stahl. You should have heard what he just said about, something. Do you remember that? Don't tell me that got away from you.
No, I remember it, but what was it about?
He didn't tell us because it was so profound. Like, you should have heard the conversation. We just talked about a couple.
But he wouldn't tell us.
No, of course. It was, state secrets. Happy anniversary to my wife. She might not be awake yet. Today's our wedding anniversary.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
9 years.
9.
9 years.
Next year's a big one.
Yeah. Also saw that it's 13 years since the Game of Thrones episode, The Red Wedding. That would have been 13 years ago.
You got married on the same day as the Red Wedding.
I guess so. 3 years later.
You wouldn't have known that, I'm sure, when the show would have still been going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you into the spin-offs of that?
I've not seen, I watched like 2 episodes of House of the Dragon.
Which is coming back this month.
For a season 3. And I heard that the other one that they did a one-off season of.
The Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah, I heard that was good.
I think they're going to keep going with it.
Okay.
That was better than the other one, yeah.
All right.
That one I would recommend. The Dragon one, you don't need to.
The Dragon one?
It's fine.
Jerry and Kenmore. Jerry, good morning.
Hey, quickly on the home ice thing. I have been on the 2-3-1-1 for like 10 years. Like, it's ridiculous you play the whole year to get home ice advantage, and then you lose it in the first 2 games. It's, the only advantage is game really 7. And I think you'd see home teams win way, way more if all they had to do was split on the road and then coming home for 3.
Yeah.
It's not an advantage. Really quickly on Greg Rousseau, he is just slotted, I think, improperly. Like, we think he's a 1. He's not a 1. He might be the top half of 2s in the league, and he just has not had that 1 except for Michael Hoyt for 7 quarters last year and Yvonne Miller off and on. Like, Bradley Chubb, how does Houston get to the quarterback with several talented players in scheme? How does Atlanta get to the quarterback?
Houston gets there with 2 of the 6 best pass rushers in the sport. Arguably,
right, but Atlanta does a similar thing too.
Yeah.
They have young talent that you don't know who to defend. Teams that play us last year knew who to defend. It's one guy, and it's easy to defend a guy when he's not a true number 1. He's maybe a top half number 2 or something. It's his slot that's a problem, not necessarily what he should be doing. It's what is he put in the right spot.
Well, how much of it is traits, too? Because the teams you're listing off, too, and the guys that I'm thinking about, like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, it feels like the guys at the top, they got that speed or bend,
and
right?
The
Bills were kind of made fun of, not because the player is bad, but like when the Bills picked T.J. Parker in the draft,
what did
a lot of draft guys go like, man, Brandon Beane certainly has a type, doesn't he?
They said that about Chubb, too. Chubb is the same. Like, they got a lot of the same kind of guy.
That would be my biggest complaint about, like, why don't you have this elite pass rush that you've been that you've been trying to get? Well, what's the number? 3/4, 80%, 90% of the edge rushers that you bring in here are big, tall, stiff guys. Those guys typically don't become the elite pass rushers of the league. When you think of the speed bendy guys, it's Ben Vaughn and Jerry Hughes in 8 years.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to get there. There's speed and bend. There's pocket compression, right? They've certainly gone for pocket compression. They have. Jordan Phillips had 9.5 sacks in this defense, and Ed Oliver, when he's healthy, is a disruptor from the interior. So,
but where's the guy that can get 17 sacks in this defense?
Right. They've been searching for him, but not finding him. Joe Marino on the other side. We'll ask him this question about how this new defense might help Rousseau, who, to your point, Chair, I don't know anybody considers him like a number 1. I think he's a nice player and worth having, but can they get more? Is there more in this scheme? We'll talk about it with Joe Marino in addition to his top 10 most important Bills to the upcoming season, which is one of the projects he does every year. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Joe Marino coming up next. Sal 7:30. Steve Ashburner on the NBA Finals at 8 on WGR. Do the Sabres have to fire Eric Stahl? Now?
Does he still work in the organization?
That's a question worth asking.
I've never heard an answer.
You can't rev that siren as a member of the Sabres. No. Is he still a consultant? Is he still on the payroll?
He can't be,
We got to find out. You're fired. Thank you for your services. You got to go.
He's not listed on the site, and he hasn't been.
Okay.
He hasn't been for a while, but I don't. Oh, no, he is still listed.
He's still on the Sabres website?
Sorry, he's still listed as special assistant to general manager.
We must stage a sit-in or some sort of protest to get Eric Stahl graciously removed from
Yeah.
the Sabres front office if he has any role.
Gather your things.
Thank you.
That'll be it.
Stay in Carolina. You did a great job on the siren there.
Right.
Congratulations. Our team
Right.
employees are not revving up Carolina fans.
No.
Period.
I mean, would he be at the parade if they won the series?
He'd probably be he'd be on a float. Yes. Gotta go. That's how we're starting our Wednesday. Who can we call?
See, special assistant to general manager. I guess it just says general manager. He was a special assistant to Kevin Adams.
To the other general manager.
Right. So does it not carry over? Does he have who's in office space? Does he have an office in the bottom of the building? And he's like just kind of still hanging around and nobody knows why. Is that all that he's doing? Was he ever here in the first place?
Great question.
He might have just been remote from the beginning.
Don't forget, he was here. There was the time that the GM said he had a conversation with Eric Stahl. You should have heard what he just said about, something. Do you remember that? Don't tell me it got away from you.
No, I remember it, but what was it about?
He didn't tell us because it was so profound. Like, you should have heard the conversation. We just talked about a couple.
But he wouldn't tell us.
No, of course. It was, state secrets. Good for Vegas. They're up 1-0. I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina. Those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game. Like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that, where it's high scoring.
It's good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates running to him. I immediately thought oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then did you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went.
The Stanley Cup Final got off to a hot start with a comeback win for the Vegas Golden Knights over the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night, puck drop at 8 o'clock. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, the offensive coordinator, Pete Carmichael Jr., spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, The Falcons, they signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030. The Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension as well. NFL insider Jordan Schultz said former Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald told him that returning to the NFL, quote, is a possibility. And the Dolphins, they signed wide receiver Jalen Reagor. In the NBA final, that begins tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs. Tip-off set for 8:30. And in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 5-4. The Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2. And the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
So I think that the collaboration of the offensive staff saying, hey, let's try these couple screens, see how they go, but let's make sure that we're getting them into the looks that we want and we're not running a screen into a look that's like, that didn't go very well.
Bills offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael spoke yesterday at OTAs. We'll get Sal's rundown of what happened coming up at 7:30. Jeremy and Joe, hey, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Vegas wins in Carolina for Game 1. A 5-4 game, good hockey game, and Vegas takes the early lead. Tonight, the NBA Finals get started with the Spurs and Knicks in San Antonio, and Steve Ashburner of NBA.com joins us in about an hour to give us the Finals preview, senior NBA writer that we talk to, from time to time, especially this time of year, and getting into the playoffs. But joining us on the Western Hotline right now is Mr. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. He has his new feature out, the top 10 most important Bills to the future of the franchise. And we welcome it in. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. How are you?
I'm all right. We'll get to the top 10, the most important Bills, and that conversation I know you put together. There's a panel. I'm a part of that panel. It's a blended set of rankings. But I want to bring you into our conversation about, well, it's kind of a Myles Garrett conversation. It's about Jared Verse. It's about Greg Rousseau. It's about the pass rush, right? Which, if there's anything we've talked about with the Bills, it's receiver and pass rush. These are returning themes. And with Rousseau, one thing I mentioned to Joe, Sneaky Joe here earlier in the show was, I hope in 2026 I notice him more. Not to say I don't think he's a good player, but when we're talking about these pass rushers, these premier guys, these are guys that, when they line up at the snap, I'm looking to see where Myles Garrett is, even Jared Verse or Max Crosby or on and on and on. And with Rousseau, like 7 sacks, decent pressure numbers, not a lot of quick pressures. Do you feel like it's fair to ask that, to notice him more? And do you think this new defense will give him the chance to maybe to show that more, to do more with his career?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And Greg Rousseau is an excellent football player. A-plus run defender. He's a good pressure player. Where the disconnect comes is that he's just not a sack artist, right? And I think disassociating that from the overall appreciation is challenging for a lot of fans. And the reality is, Greg Rousseau, while he is handsomely paid, he's not paid like he's supposed to be, like this elite defensive playmaker. $20 million a year for a pass rusher or an edge rusher is not a ton of money, right? Like he's probably closer to the 20th highest paid at the position. And so I think you can appreciate Greg Rousseau when you just kind of understand the reality of the contract and what he provides the football team. Now, the problem is that you're craving that sack artist, the finisher, the guy that's going to come in and it's a long and late down and, they're the havoc wreaker that, they when you watch the Bills on a broadcast, they put the circle around them, right? And I don't feel like Greg Rousseau is that caliber player. So I'd encourage Bills fans to appreciate Greg Rousseau for who he is, and don't be frustrated that he's not something more. And he's not paid like he's a guy that's supposed to take over in those moments. I could understand wanting more, but where I struggle with the Greg Rousseau conversation is the lack of appreciation for what he does, for an expectation for something that is not in a skill set and not what he's paid to do, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you feel like that expectation is just simply because there isn't a guy over top of him? Like the money wouldn't tell you that he should be better than he is. And really the draft pick, it's not like if he had gone 5th overall and was the player that he was, I think that would be different than a guy that went at the end of the first round.
It's 100% that, Joe. It's a Greg Rousseau is criticized for not being that player when there's really nothing about where he was picked or what he's paid that says that he should be that player. And the fact that there's an absence of that player exacerbates the issue. I 100% believe that because really, I mean, the people that really dive into the tape with this Bills defense really appreciate and know the skill set that Greg Rousseau offers. It's extremely valuable. It's a lot like I compare him to John Franklin Myers with Denver. And part of my pushback on the Bills being the team that went and paid John Franklin Myers would be that I think they'd just be getting another Greg Rousseau. And I couldn't imagine what those conversations would be like when he has, good pressure numbers, 5 to 7 sacks, but is getting paid well over $20 million a year. Like, I just feel like that disconnect has led to some conversations that are probably not fair to Rousseau. But maybe the conversation really needs to be going towards, well, why doesn't the team have that player when pass rush has been a 6-year conversation?
Yeah. Is there a different? How big a difference is there in his job this year to you, Joe, versus previous seasons? Like, is there any element to him like that? Jim Leonard spoke to this on Ed Oliver. He's someone that might have more freedom in this scheme going forward. Like, is that also true of Rousseau, or is it closer for him to what he's already been doing?
I would say it's going to be more advantageous for Oliver compared to Rousseau because, you're going to get a lot of 5-man fronts from the Bills, and the intent of that is to get your one-on-ones, right? Like, you want to present a math problem for the blocking surface that doesn't want to have to commit a lot of extras, and it makes it difficult to double, right? When you have 5-man fronts and the double team is hard. And so you get more one-on-ones, and Ed Oliver is going to be the beneficiary of that. And then you're going to have Rousseau and Chubb. They're going to be over tight ends a lot. I'm guessing they'll be have to handle a tight end and some help there, which I think is good. I think that's helpful. I expect Rousseau and Chubb to win a lot against tight ends, and them being more outside in players as opposed to just vertical players. Like in the Sean McDermott defense, they were kind of a vertical style up the field defense where these alignments for Chubb and Rousseau, I think, will come more outside in. It does give them a little bit more flexibility, I think. But ultimately, the advantage is that they should just be in more one-on-ones, and that's what it comes down to. You got to win your one-on-one battles, and I think that they'll be positioned to have those types of looks, and got to go out there and win.
So, to the conversation about the pass rush and whether or not they'll have a good pass rush, scheme will play a lot into this. As you say, there's nobody over top of Rousseau. How does Bradley Chubb rank? Is he over top, or is he on the level? Like, could Rousseau get better results just by the presence of another guy that is at least thought of to be this highly? There's a guy that was taken in the top 5, maybe didn't live up to top 5, but has still been a pretty good football player throughout his career.
Well, I do think that the scheme, probably more so than Chubb. I think Chubb helps. I think he's outside of kind of that stretches of Bosa or stretches of Vaughn, probably the best thing the Bills have had, Greg Rousseau, and so that excites me. But I think where you're going to find the biggest benefit to the pass rush is going to be the scheme, and not just because I think the Bills will be probably in the top 5 of the league in blitz rate. Like that's a characteristic of what we expect this defense to be. But I think their coverage plan will be a lot tighter. I think you'll see a lot more man coverage. I think you'll see a lot more press. And so the early disruption, the stickier coverage, that's less top down, right? You think about Sean McDermott, we're playing with vision forward. And I don't think that's at all what this defense is going to be. I think they're going to be in the face of receivers, aggressive, trying to disrupt timing. And if you can get that and you can force, that quarterback to really have to do a lot of post-snap work and, things that maybe they thought would be available aren't, and you work deeper with your progressions, I think that tighter coverage plan certainly is risk-reward, but I think the benefit is that it marries with your rush and gives you a chance to not have to win so quick if you're going to get a sack. So I think that the complementary nature of where this defense is kind of heading with more of an aggressive coverage profile, I think will help the pass rush, give them a little bit more time to get home.
While we're on the pass rush, Joe, the Myles Garrett trade this week, were you on the same wavelength that the Bills just, if they wanted to be in that, they just didn't have a Jared Verse player to compete with that offer?
Well, I think that's true, but I think that there's the other side of that conversation as well. Why don't the Bills have a Jared Verse caliber player? And I felt pretty strong last offseason. I thought the Bills should have tried to get a deal done with Myles Garrett. Obviously, that nobody traded for Myles Garrett. It winds up happening this offseason. I don't feel as remorseful that they didn't get it done. I certainly find myself frustrated a little bit, jealous, if you will. But I think the Rams' layer to it makes it even worse, where that team has just been really aggressive, and they attack weaknesses very, very aggressively. And to see them do that time and time again, and of course they do have a Super Bowl to show for it. They need to get another one, I think, to make this all work, which I think most people expect them to do. There's that element of it, but it's also coming to terms that they operate differently. They do it, they do it at such a high level. They have a great coach. They pick a ton of players and develop them, and they implement them really, really well. And I think there's probably 30 other teams that also wish that their team could operate like that and pull these types of things off. And so, yeah, there was a frustrating element, but it's more so that the nucleus didn't exist to allow the flex to be truly involved on a deal like that.
Yeah. Joe, you mentioned like frustration. I think a lot of Bills fans feel the frustration about a Garrett deal as a bigger picture because they went after Von Miller and it didn't work out only because of injury. Like he shows up and he was great. And I pointed out yesterday, like if you'd go back in time 2 years and I'd told you that Garrett would move, Parsons would move, Hendrickson would sign somewhere else, and Max Crosby would get traded even though it got backed out of, like wouldn't you have thought the Bills would have been a landing spot for one of the four, right? Like those are the premium guys, and you're in this window, and I think the GM wants to kind of get after that stuff, but every time they fall short. So to spin that forward, we're talking about the nucleus, and you didn't have a Jared Verse. Do you feel like the last two off seasons, which have mostly been about adding a lot of pieces, could, I don't want to be like Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football, set them up to try to make a move like that in the next off season if they need to, if they decide they need to, that they can swing again because they've kind of backfilled the proper way. They've added a lot more picks than they had in years past, and hopefully all these additions on defense give them an overflow of players that are maybe eligible to be in that mix.
Yeah, so many thoughts come to mind there, Jeremy. First of all, I think I am surprised that there's been that much movement with premier pass rush guys, and Brandon Beane hasn't been able to land one, especially going back to the Bills coming out of the 2019 season. That was their 10-win season. They lose to Houston in the playoffs, and that year – the Bills, I think we all enjoyed that team, but ultimately they didn't score enough, which has really not been a problem since. But I think they were the only team in the playoffs that year that averaged under 24 points per game. And then we saw it. Like we watched that Houston game. They had like 16 at halftime, and they kind of hit a wall in the second half. And you said they got to get a receiver, and they go out and get Diggs, and it's like exactly the move, and they score all the points, and all that happens, right? And that felt like, all right, Brandon Beane, if there's a problem, he's going to fix it. And even the offensive line, remember coming out of 18 into 19, right? Like you knew that Josh Allen just didn't have the offensive line his rookie season. Then he signed, was it like 11 unrestricted free agent offensive linemen or something like that to really try to fix it? And through that process, they found a Mitch Morrison, a John Feliciano, and a Darrell Williams, and a Ty Nsekhe, and it was like a nice job. And you're like, this guy's going to fix weaknesses. And then, maybe since then it's not been quite that drastic. And you feel like, well, why are we continuing to talk about the same stuff? So I can understand that. The other part of that question is like, have they set themselves up to do something like this in the future? I think the volume of draft picks tells that story. But has there been enough hits? Has there been enough known commodities within these heavy draft classes that are pushing 10 players? And not to to transition you into where you want to take this conversation, but we just did, and it debuted last night, and there's more to come this week. We just did this project with 15 people that do Bills content, podcasters, some reporters, of the 10 most important players to the future of the Bills. And Jeremy, there's 0 draft picks in the top 10 from the last 2 years. There's 1 draft pick in the last 3, and it's Cole Bishop. Like, that's a problem. That's the issue. Like, I think they've added some good veterans along the way. The problem is 15 people got together and could only find 1 pick made over the last 3 years that we think as a group are of the most important players to the future of the team, your last 3 drafts. Like, that's the issue. That's the issue. And hopefully we learn a lot more about those classes very soon, and those players can provide some impact, and you can complement your good veteran acquisition with some, really good young players. You've done the volume approach. Now it's time for it to come together and for these guys to make an impact on this football team.
Joe Marino of Locked On Bills podcast. All right, the rest of the top 10. You mentioned your project here, the Bills, the top 10 most important players. 1 draft pick on that list of the last 3 years is kind of wild. What else surprised you, or what else did you take away from it? I know DJ Moore ends up being number 2, and that might be just like hunger for a new playmaker. This is an indication maybe of how much Bills fans had been waiting to see not only a new player in, but somebody that they can believe can make an immediate impact. What else did you take away from the top 10?
I think I'm just generally surprised year over year how different the top 5 looks. Like, we're talking about a collaborative look at the most important players to the future, and for the top 5 to be turned over like it does every year is kind of surprising to me, especially that 2 spot. There's been a different player in the number 2 spot 4 years in a row.
Man.
Of course, there's no surprise Josh Allen's won, but it went from Diggs to Kincaid to Rousseau in 2025 to DJ Moore this year.
Yeah.
And I think that it speaks to this conversation that's going on a few years where it's like, it's Josh Allen and who? And I'm not saying there's not good players. Like, that. Don't get me wrong. The Bills have a lot of very good players. But the other, hey, this is our cornerstone premier talent to go with our generational quarterback. Like, I think the lack of consistency of pointing your finger to those players has become difficult. Of course, James Cook, has really become a guy here, but this was the first year he was even on the top 10, right? And he gets in at number 4 this year. But I think it's that. I think it's the top 5 and how interchangeable it's been, and especially that number 2 spot where for 4 years in a row we haven't been able to figure out who the second most important player of the future of the team is with any type of consistency.
To that point, like, it'd be one thing if it 2 moved because the top 4 were always the same. But if I'm thinking about the Chiefs when they won their series of Super Bowls, Chris Jones is in the top 3 every time, right? It's Mahomes, Jones, Kelsey. It's Mahomes, McDuffie, Jones. Right. Where is the number 2 player dropping to every year? Because to me, that's another part of it, right? It's not like when Kincaid was 2, where did he drop to? When Rousseau was 2, where did he drop to? Because there's such volatility in who we think their second best player or second most important player would be.
Well, to answer the question, Diggs was number 2. He went to not on the team. Kincaid went from 2 to 8 in 24 to 25. Rousseau from 25 to 26 goes from 2 to 6. Right, they're dropping big.
It's like the Madden curse,
right.
The number 2 curse.
Well, we need DJ Moore to break that this year because, boy, if that investment doesn't work out, that's going to be trouble.
What's the bar for him on that? Like, not what's a success, but him being 2 next year. Like, really, I feel like, Joe, if he just upgrades on what they've been at that position and gives them a guy in critical situations and lives up to the hype of, 1,000-yard receiver, like, I feel like there's a good chance, chance that he would be back in a spot like that next year.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult to measure it with catches and yards. I know that's silly. I think there's probably a baseline. Yeah, he needs to be a 1,000-yard receiver for this offense. But I think the combination of that plus seeing how it unlocks more of your other pieces, right, to see Kincaid and Shakir benefit from that, and whoever that other guy's going to be. To see the Bills be able to take better advantage of the looks they get, right? We'd spend a man coverage heavy. And it's like, can anybody just beat this man coverage because you're getting really good looks to throw the football? To see the Bills be able to have a passing game that doesn't look, hard for Josh Allen to operate and make plays. I think we'll feel it. I think we'll know that this is a passing game that shows more rhythm and consistency, that has a go-to player, that the other weapons benefit from, that the quarterback doesn't look like he's having as difficult of a time, manufacturing offense, that they can lean more into the pass and not be the most run aggressive team in the league. I think all of that will be part of DJ Moore's impact, and where those things go, I think we'll give a lot of credit to DJ Moore. And obviously a lot for him is the last couple of years haven't been what he wants them to be, especially last season. Really good career, but that was the least productive season, including his rookie season. He's played with some bad quarterbacks, right? And for some questionable offensive, coordinators. And that wasn't the case last year. And so, the resurrection, if you will, the urgency, I'm sure Josh Allen also, back-to-back seasons under 4,000 yards passing. I'm sure these guys are feeling it and want to make this work. And, there's obviously a lot riding on that.
Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. You can catch the episode, the top 10 most important Bills, the panel, all a part of it. Joe, before we let you go, of course, the big news in the division, A.J. Brown to the Patriots. How significant is it in terms of the Bills' ability to match up with New England? And does the Davis and Igbinosun signing look better now? Because, the Bills wanted to make sure they have enough bodies at corner, and New England is a team that is now all of a sudden, if I could say, flush at receiver. Like they've got a good group.
Yeah, I think IGB for sure, but Christian Benford's the guy that I always, anytime the Bills play an AJ Brown or Jamar Chase, I'm like, thank God Christian Benford exists, because he's the guy that you feel good about. Even Nico Collins, there's been some success there. That's the guy that you feel like is your big physical corner, competitive to go up against him. So I like IGB, and he's got kind of a narrow build for his style, right? So I think he's more like you're glad you have IGB when you go up against T. Higgins, if that makes sense, like that style of receiver. So, but yeah, obviously your outlook on this move for New England just is rooted in what you think is the future for A.J. Brown, obviously. And 2025 was not a good season for A.J. Brown. He still cleared 1,000 yards, but the separation data was down. The max velocity numbers were concerningly low. And you're wondering, okay, is this just frustrations with Jalen Hurts and an offensive scheme that just doesn't look NFL caliber, or is this decline for then last year he's 28 years old, now he's going to turn 29 later this month? Is this a late stage Des Bryant player? Is this a late stage Alshon Jeffrey type player? I think, or is he? Obviously we're learning that he's screw up this Patriots fan. He loves Mike Vrabel. Or are you going to get this reinvigorated version of A.J. Brown? If you do, then that's an A-list receiver. If 2025 was the start of decline, well, then the Patriots just gave away a first-round pick for disappointing addition. So we'll see what A.J. Brown does here. I think there's plenty of reasons you could talk yourself in either outcome there.
Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. Find everything he does at thejoemarino.com. The latest episode of the Locked on Bills podcast has the top 10 most important Bills players going forward. Make sure you give it a listen. Joe, thanks again.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. ESPN's Football Power Index lists the most likely Super Bowl matchup as Rams-Bills. Mm-hmm. Not surprising. And to put the Bills there, I also saw Eric Edholm, NFL.com, had his teams under the microscope rankings. And your number one team was?
The Bills.
Yep, number one. Number two is the Rams.
Under the microscope.
Number two is the Rams. Like these are the teams with expectations. How about that point?
Is that a bulletin board material? No, because that's not necessarily a criticism, is it?
I mean, they're the second favorite.
Guys, we're under the microscope.
Get that microscope out of here.
That's the first game they do the lead the charge. Yeah. Whoever's doing it grabs a microscope, spikes it on the ground, smashing it into a million pieces.
How about that point, though, that Joe made, where he does this every year, and the number two player is just somebody else?
every year.
Maybe this year, this will be the second best player, our second most important player. Maybe this year, someone goes to elite status. Last year, we said Rousseau.
Mm-hmm.
The panel said Rousseau last year. 2 years ago, Kincaid. Like, now it's DJ Moore. Who will it be next year? Hopefully, it's someone like TJ Sanders.
You want
TJ Parker because this guy's amazing. Bradley Chubb because he had such a great season where you're like, oh well, that guy was so important. I'm just going to put him in that spot again next year.
You want somebody to actually earn the right of being, this guy is so good he has to be number 2, not, hey, this guy's number 2 because please come save and fix my problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
Which it feels like a lot of those guys have been.
Yeah, like 2 through 6 is always good players, but you're hoping somebody kind of separates. We'll get Sal's thoughts. Sal was at OTAs yesterday, had a little bit of media. Pete Carmichael, the Bills' offensive coordinator, spoke with the media. We'll break that down. And the move from one player going from the offensive side to the defensive side. They call it the George Wilson. Do they?
The George Wilson.
Right? George Wilson moved from receiver to safety?
Yes, he did. That's probably the most dramatic position change.
Who else moved from offense
that worked,
to defense?
Especially.
It worked.
Mike Jasper is a name.
He doesn't count.
No?
The 400-pound defensive tackle.
He moved positions.
What'd they try to move him to?
I mean, this guy's a rugby player.
Offensive line. He was on the offensive line last year. Now he's on the defensive line. Travis Clayton.
He was a rugby player learning the offensive line.
We'll get Sal's thoughts. 803-0550. Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, joins us at 8 o'clock to preview it. And I've got a good question for you guys all about Wembanyama when we wrap that up. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales. Joe Marino at 7 o'clock. He has his yearly feature. It's like a pillar of the offseason, the 10 most important bills to the future. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk about that in that project with Joe Marino. I had a chance to be a part of that. Mm-hmm. And the number 2, do you know who finished number 2?
No.
Number 2, the second most important bill.
It's not Josh Allen.
No,
of course.
Josh Allen wins number 1 every time.
Obviously.
So basically, this is the who's the second most important bill? What Joe does for his project with Locked On Bills is asks 10 panelists to submit, maybe even more, a 1 through 10, blends the rankings. He also uses his Discord channel, and then here's where everybody ranked, and he charts from year to year. Like, where does Keon Coleman go from rookie year to second year to third year? You know, in and out of the top 10. Mm-hmm. Kincaid's movement, I feel like Kincaid was once number 2, dropped down to number 10. But this year, who did the panel in a blended set of rankings say is the second most important bill?
I am going to guess that the panel went with DJ Moore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Is it that slam dunky?
No.
Is it?
No,
just,
I don't think so.
Is it just that it's new?
It's new. It's a critically important position. It's a position that they have not been very strong at, and also feel like the depth behind him, especially like perimeter receiver, separator, go-to guy, if something were to happen to him or if he just had a bad year, then I'm right back to there's nobody on this team that I can really trust. Unless, you get a miracle and Skylar Bell is like, Amon-Ra St. Brown or something as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you're not going to have that guy. So I think it's what's behind him. I think it's how important the position is. I do think that he's new also. He's talented. Yeah, like, I feel like more he would have been my answer for this.
Good for Vegas. They're up 1-0 I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina. Those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game. Like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that, where it's high scoring.
It's good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates like running to him. I immediately thought like, oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then did you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He like tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went.
Stanley Cup Final off and running. The Vegas Golden Knights beat the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael Jr. spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Falcons signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030. The Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension. NFL insider Jordan Schultz said former Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald told him that returning to the NFL, quote, is a possibility. And the Dolphins, they signed wide receiver Jalen Reagor. The NBA final begins tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs. Tip-off set for 8:30. And in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 5-4. The Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2. And the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Wrapping up things from OTAs, Bills offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael spoke. Travis Clayton has a position switch. Michael Hoyt has a timeline kind of laid out. And Sal Capaccio joins us on the Western Hotline to break down what happened yesterday. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, last media OTA yesterday, and then it's mandatory minicamp next week.
And mandatory minicamp, all right, who are we on watch for to return, right? This was voluntary, becomes mandatory, and we're not thinking there are going to be any sort of holdouts, right? So everyone should be in?
Yeah, I mean, if there's somebody missing next week, it's a story.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would not be. Even anybody who would be, they wouldn't be at this. You know what I mean? If your plan is you have a contract situation, who could be on that list? Let's just say, and for example, Osiris Torrance, people say, oh, maybe he gets a contract extension. It's his third year, kind of like James Cook last year. Well, if that were the case, he wouldn't be at voluntary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he has. So there's the guys that haven't been there consistently are James Cook. He hasn't been there, but I don't think there's anything on the horizon with that. My guess is he's, in South Florida working out, or even in Buffalo working out, just not at the facility. I think he actually had a social media story tagged with Buffalo. Deion Dawkins, we know he's been around. He hasn't been working out. Spencer Brown was out there yesterday, but he's not been doing any work. Cole Bishop, we've seen him. So the guys that haven't been on the field, I think really maybe the one I haven't seen that's notable is Dorian Williams, but I don't think that's anything to think about until next week if it happens, and I don't think it will.
They've talked up Dorian Williams having a chance to be a big player in this defense.
Yeah.
Maybe the biggest thing we'll find out next week, Sal, is, and this is for the hardcore football fans that are really deep into the Bills, is what does Deion Dawkins weigh, right? Like he's out there trying to drop some weight. He posted on social media, so what's he checking in at? What's the plan from a standpoint of like what weight he's going to play at? So to me, like that's, I guess,
will we find that out?
You'll see him.
We'll see, or we'll see him.
You see Landon Jackson and say, like, you look bigger.
Yeah,
I mean, with Dawkins,
right.
I feel like you'll see, like, oh, you look smaller.
Right, that's fair. Yeah.
They also tell us they do.
Yeah.
I mean, he may say it. Landon Jackson told us he wants to play at 285. Maybe he's at 280. Mm-hmm. He was only 265 last year, 260 somewhere. 260 to 65, 280 to 85 is the range there from last year to this year. And then yesterday we heard the same thing from Deion Walker, but the other way. He said he has dropped 10 pounds. Mm-hmm. So, he wants to have more stamina and played a little bit of a lighter weight. So, these guys have their different goals and reasons why they do these things. And I think that's right, Jeremy, that we'll find out next week what Deion's plan is and where he's at with that.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. All right, Sal, so Pete Carmichael spoke yesterday, the Bills offensive coordinator. And one of the things we're waiting to see is how this offense might evolve in another season. What did you learn from the Bills offensive coordinator and what he had to say about what they might do?
Yeah, look, he's been around a long time, and he's not going to give you the secrets to anything and, the game plan and the strategy necessarily. But he understands that offenses have evolved over time. He's been around this league for, 26 years, 27 years. He started in the NFL in 2000. He was a college coach before that. So a lot of changes that he's seen, and for example, one of the things that he's been very good at where he's been running back screens. I asked him specifically about that, what goes into a good running back screen, because I said, hey, they haven't done that here in Buffalo as much, and he didn't again get too far into the weeds, but yeah, you want to do what your offensive line is best at. You also want to make sure you're getting the right defense and looks to be able to call things like that. But there are different kind of ways to go about that. The biggest thing I think from the change in the evolution is when he came into this league, and I asked him, defenses were a little more stagnant, right? Now they're more multiple. Now they're more hybrid. They put more athletes on the field. They do more things. And he said, that's right. He said the biggest difference is you have to have more options when you get into the huddle and out of the play. Like it used to be like you kind of knew what was coming. It was a little more predictable. But now the analytics, they do this 26% of the time and that 23% of the time. When they line up here, they still have all these different things they do a certain percentage of the time, and you have to bake that all into what you give your team so that when they come out of the huddle, they can have options to go to. So I thought that was interesting.
Been wondering a little bit today, Sal, about how much the Bills might evolve as an offense or change running the ball. Like, I don't know that Carmichael said anything about this yesterday that would indicate a difference, or if Brady has, but like DJ Moore coming in, I wonder, like they've been more of a run-heavy offense the last couple of years. Could you see that going up incrementally? I don't think they're going to be the number one pass-happiest offense in the league, but Cook was over 300 carries last year. Moore's going to come in, and I think you're going to want to feed him the ball somewhat, and those targets got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think part of it too, Joe, is, and he was asked specifically about, James Cook having a lot of carries last year, the most of his career, and, he's not the biggest guy in the world, and kind of balancing that, right? So, we'll see. I think one of the things to make sure everybody knows, and I know you guys know this, is, Pete Carmichael's not calling the offensive plays, right? He's not running the offense. Joe Brady's doing that. He's the offensive coordinator supporting Joe Brady. He's going to be ready to call plays. So I don't think this is Pete Carmichael comes in, what's your offense, and that's what the Bills are going to do. This is Joe Brady's offense. So if that's Joe Brady's philosophy, and we saw it last year, then that's what they're going to stay with. But I do believe that Pete Carmichael will come in and have an influence on a few different things here, which is what he said. Joe Brady said, let's take a look at what we did last year, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we want to continue at, maybe get better at, and also what other teams are doing. And then you throw in, look, Pete Carmichael was with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was with Alvin Kamara. He has a very good pass-catching running back in James Cook. I do think the Bills might lean more into the pass this year. I think that leaning into the pass can come in a variety of different forms. I do think they'll take more shots downfield, like be more of a vertical passing game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like a little bit more involvement from the running backs, from James Cook, and maybe not giving him the ball in handoffs, but maybe finding other ways to get the ball to him, and even DJ Moore finding ways to get the ball to him in different ways.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline, joining us on OTAs.
The injured guys, Sal, Michael Hoyt, a little bit of a goal yesterday, right? Like not quite where he's at, but he's setting an expectation for
I'm
himself.
no doctor. He's looked like he's pretty good, Sal, right? Like he's doing a lot of stuff out there, like off to the side or whatever. To me, he looks on schedule as the non-doctor here.
He looks
right?
better than Malik Neighbors does, who
Yes.
looks like he can hardly walk.
It just feels like, in years past, we've seen a guy, he's taking it slow. To me, he looks to be on schedule or whatever the schedule might be.
I haven't seen any video of Malik Neighbors. Does he look
He's
bad?
limping around
man.
at charity functions.
Yeah, like it looks tough.
Yeah, whereas Michael Hoyt is
like
doing
obvious.
double two-leg jumps and, whatever.
He's to me, I mean, the first day I saw Michael Hoyt 3 weeks ago, whatever it was, we go out there, I'm like, man, he's actually doing these explosions. He's got the medicine ball, and he's doing a lot of the resistance band running. And yeah, I think that from my observation, a guy that tore his Achilles, I know it was, mid-season last year, not like Tyrell Shavers' knee injury, ACL at the end of the year, we haven't seen him do anything, even off to the side. Michael Hoyt is, to me, looking like a guy who is getting ready to play football in 2026 pretty early on, and that's his goal. His goal is to be ready for training camp. But he did temper that with, he wants to do that, but really it's all about being ready for week 1. So maybe we see him out on the field. Let's remember, training camp is late this year. July 29th is going to be the first practice, guys. I mean, that's a late camp, and that's because the NFL calendar is late this year. It's a late Labor Day. So you get now, think about this. They're going to be, this is the longest I can remember the NFL and teams having off from minicamp to training camp. Their last day of minicamp is going to be June 11th. Their first day of training camp is going to be July 29th, right? I mean, you're talking a pretty good gap there. What he does between those 6 weeks, let's say, whatever that is, that will really kind of determine where he starts at training camp on the PUP list, active list, whatever it is. He wants to be ready for week 1 at the Houston Texans. He wants to be ready for training camp. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I think right now, if I'm doing a Bills 53-man projected active roster on the first game day, I'm probably including Michael Hoyt, to be honest with you.
Sal, you said camp starts July 29th. We don't have a schedule. That's you just doing the math on when the season begins, correct?
That's correct, but all indications are that is when it will happen. Yeah, because we do know that's right. 47 days from the first game is when you report, and then the practice will be on the next day after that. So they'll report on the 28th, apparently.
All right, very good. And we are now 99 days, I think, from the start of the season today. So because I saw yesterday was 100. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. We'll do an NBA Finals preview with Steve Ashburner of NBA.com coming up at 8 o'clock. When we get back, a little throwback. Remember wedding idea of the day?
Yes, I do.
Did you
We acted on one of those.
One of those?
There was a golf hole.
There was a golf hole.
there was a golf hole. Yeah.
There was also, so when we go back.
Chipping hole.
Today is my wife. It's our anniversary, 9 years. We got a piece of advice. We acted on it, and it's the advice I give to everyone. I gave to you. I don't remember if you did it or not. So if you're getting married in the next couple months, here's one piece of advice would recommend to everyone when we get back. Joe Marino at 7 o'clock. He has his yearly feature. It's like a pillar of the offseason, the 10 most important bills to the future. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk about that in that project with Joe Marino. I had a chance to be a part of that. Mm-hmm. And the number 2, do you know who finished number 2?
No, yeah.
Number 2, the second most important bill.
It's not Josh Allen.
No,
of course.
Josh Allen wins number 1 every time. Obviously. So basically, this is the who's the second most important bill? What Joe does for his project with Locked On Bills is asks 10 panelists to submit, maybe even more, a 1 through 10, blends the rankings. He also uses his Discord channel, and then here's where everybody ranked, and he charts from year to year. Like, where does Keon Coleman go from rookie year to second year to third year? In and out of the top 10. Mm-hmm. Kincaid's movement, I feel like Kincaid was once number 2, dropped down to number 10. But this year, who did the panel in a blended set of rankings say is the second most important bill?
I am going to guess that the panel went with DJ Moore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Is it that slam dunky?
No.
Is it?
No,
just,
I don't think so.
Is it just that it's new?
It's new. It's a critically important position. It's a position that they have not been very strong at, and also feel like the depth behind him, especially like perimeter receiver, separator, go-to guy, if something were to happen to him or if he just had a bad year, then I'm right back to there's nobody on this team that I can really trust. Unless, you get a miracle and Skylar Bell is like, Amon-Ra St. Brown or something as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you're not going to have that guy. So I think it's what's behind him. I think it's how important the position is. I do think that he's new also. He's talented. Yeah, like, I feel like more he would have been my answer for this.
I want to bring you into our conversation about, well, it's kind of a Myles Garrett conversation. It's about Jared Verse. It's about Greg Rousseau. It's about the pass rush, right? Which, if there's anything we've talked about with the Bills, it's receiver and pass rush. These are returning themes. And with Rousseau, one thing I mentioned to Joe, Sneaky Joe here earlier in the show was, I hope in 2026 I notice him more. Not to say I don't think he's a good player, but when we're talking about these pass rushers, these premier guys, these are guys that, when they line up at the snap, I'm looking to see where Myles Garrett is, even Jared Verse or Max Crosby or on and on and on. And with Rousseau, like 7 sacks, decent pressure numbers, not a lot of quick pressures. Do you feel like it's fair to ask that, to notice him more? And do you think this new defense will give him the chance to maybe to show that more, to do more with his career?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And Greg Rousseau is an excellent football player. A-plus run defender. He's a good pressure player. Where the disconnect comes is that he's just not a sack artist, right? And I think disassociating that from the overall appreciation is challenging for a lot of fans. And the reality is, Greg Rousseau, while he is handsomely paid, he's not paid like he's supposed to be, like this elite defensive playmaker. $20 million a year for a pass rusher or an edge rusher is not a ton of money, right? Like he's probably closer to the 20th highest paid at the position. And so I think you can appreciate Greg Rousseau when you just kind of understand the reality of the contract and what he provides the football team. Now, the problem is that you're craving that sack artist, the finisher, the guy that's going to come in and it's a long and late down, and they're the havoc wreaker that they, when you watch the Bills on a broadcast, they put the the circle around them, right? And I don't feel like Greg Rousseau is that caliber player. So I'd encourage Bills fans to appreciate Greg Rousseau for who he is, and don't be frustrated that he's not something more, and he's not paid like he.
All right, I confirm with Joe. You did do this idea.
Correct.
So
stuck to it.
We'll talk NBA coming up top of the hour. We got Belknap heating, hot or cold. I've got a good Wembanyama comment for you, or topic, whatever. Advice if you're getting married. This is the advice we got. 9 years ago today, my wife and I got married. We had a huge party. It was a great wedding. It was an awesome party. The advice was, when the music's on, hit the gas on the songs and never stop.
Yep.
No slow songs.
No slow songs.
And we did no slow songs. And you know what happens? Everybody dances the whole time.
Right.
Never take your foot off the gas. It was great advice from our friend Skirt and Brooke. And we took that advice, and we had no slow songs, never look back.
Yep, we did the same thing.
You think, what about the people that want to dance the slow songs? They'll get out there. Everybody will get out there. Never take your foot off the gas.
Mm-hmm.
Also, something else I learned about this song, Mr. Brightside, now that it's like a Bills anthem.
Yeah.
For the Champions League final last weekend, the Killers performed. Joe Kelly tells me the Killers They went from the enhanced games last week.
Uh-huh.
They played in Budapest at the Champions League final.
Before the game?
Before the game on the field. And they played Mr. Brightside, and the whole bar we were at watching the game sang Mr. Brightside, which maybe you would have done anyway, but now I'm like, oh, yeah, in Buffalo we're going to sing that song everywhere. Anyway, we had it at the wedding because it's a banger.
Killers are great.
Yes. I viewed it as a good omen for me and for Arsenal.
What's the second Killer song to play at a wedding? You're going to get Brightside every time.
When You Were Young is a great song.
It's good.
Good tempo to that one.
Yeah, the slow song thing, really, it's like the hardest thing is to get them out in the first place, so why make yourself do it twice?
Right. You get everybody
Or
out there
three
for the
times.
slow song, people go and sit down, and then when you try to ramp it back up, it's hard.
Yeah.
You need momentum. Anyway. In the chat, I'm informed that 9 years is Willow. Yeah.
Okay.
Willow/pottery, traditionally.
Okay.
All right.
Go make that happen.
Right. Right. I'm leaving right from here.
People don't stick to those, right?
Those lists exist solely for Wikipedia. Right? I guess the modern 9th year is, according also to the chat, leather.
Leather.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Wait a minute. So this is going to be my 3rd anniversary in a week. It's also leather.
Oh. Is it leather for 3 and 9?
Leather is a repeat?
Look at Big Leather trying to get in here and get us to buy leather.
How do you do this? You buy the rights to a year?
Yeah. How do you get in the mix? Lace, wood.
Wood is number 5. There's the 5th anniversary.
Here's a 2x4. Happy anniversary.
Next year you've got tin/aluminum.
Tin.
Tin.
I got you a tin of
Yeah.
something. All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs.
And the court with the trophy on it again for the first time in 17 years. Really excited about that.
Did you see that someone did a mock-up of course, the NHL should put a giant Stanley Cup at center ice?
Yeah.
Like on the ice surface, and they don't. But they should, of course, just like the NBA has the NBA Finals trophy on the court.
Right.
They're
going back to it. They haven't done it in 17 years.
Yeah. So it's back on the court.
Yeah.
That's
first time since 2009.
That's great.
Giant trophy, gold trophy, like behind the Spurs logo.
And I think it was Elliot Friedman pointed yesterday for the Canes and Golden Knights last night. They put the cup on the ice before game 1.
Yeah.
Which He said some people don't like that. And I guess those are the people that like it when the cup is in the building. Like the cup only shows up when it can be won.
Right.
But in reality, of course it should be there the whole time. It should be between the benches. Put it between the benches.
Yeah, like on a stand, kind of
Yes.
like a throne.
Hang it from the
Stanley Cup
hang
throne.
it from the jumbotron.
Like the Money in the Bank and
Yes.
wrestling.
Like a pink slip on a pole or something.
You got to climb the ladder, grab the cup.
Yes. Sebastian Aho climbed the ladder for that Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Is he their captain even? I don't even really know.
No, Jordan Stahl.
Jordan Stahl. That makes more sense, obviously. All right. Mark Stone's the Vegas captain? Still? He has been for a while,
I think
right?
so.
Okay. Mark Stone, get on that ladder. All right. Steve Ashburner, NBA.com senior writer on this incredible finals, which is on the way. We'll get his thoughts on it. He's been covering the league for a long time, and happy to have him coming up next.
Been wondering a little bit today, Sal, about how much the Bills might evolve as an offense or change running the ball. Like, I don't know that Carmichael said anything about this yesterday that would indicate a difference, or if Brady has, but like DJ Moore coming in, I wonder. Like, they've been more of a run-heavy offense the last couple of years. Could you see that going up incrementally? I don't think they're going to be the number one pass-happiest offense in the league, but Cook was over 300 carries last year. Moore's going to come in, and I think you're going to want to feed him the ball somewhat, and those targets got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think part of it too, Joe, is, and he was asked specifically about, James Cook having a lot of carries last year, the most of his career, and, he's not the biggest guy in the world, and kind of balancing that, right? So, we'll see. I think one of the things to make sure everybody knows, and I know you guys know this, is, Pete Carmichael's not calling the offensive plays, right? He's not running the offense. Joe Brady's doing that. He's the offensive coordinator supporting Joe Brady. He's going to be ready to call plays. So I don't think this is Pete Carmichael comes in, what's your offense? And that's what the Bills are going to do. This is Joe Brady's offense. So if that's Joe Brady's philosophy, and we saw it last year, then that's what they're going to stay with. But I do believe that Pete Carmichael will come in and have an influence on a few different things here, which is what he said. Joe Brady said, let's take a look at what we did last year, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we want to continue at, maybe get better at, and also what other teams are doing. And then you throw in, look, Pete Carmichael was with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was with Alvin Kamara. He has a very good pass-catching running back in James Cook. I do think the Bills might lean more into the pass this year. I think that leaning into the pass can come in a variety of different forms. I do think they'll take more shots downfield, like be more of a vertical passing game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like a little bit more involvement from the running backs, from James Cook, and maybe not giving him the ball and handoffs, but maybe finding other ways to get the ball to him, and even DJ Moore finding ways to get the ball to him in different ways.
I want to bring into our conversation about, well, it's kind of a Myles Garrett conversation. It's about Jared Verse. It's about Greg Rousseau. It's about the pass rush, right? Which, if there's anything we've talked about with the Bills, it's receiver and pass rush. These are returning themes. And with Rousseau, one thing I mentioned to Joe, Sneaky Joe here earlier in the show was, I hope in 2026 I notice him more. Not to say I don't think he's a good player, but when we're talking about these pass rushers, these premier guys, these are guys that, when they line up at the snap, I'm looking to see where Myles Garrett is. Even Jared Verse or Max Crosby or on and on and on. And with Rousseau, like 7 sacks, decent pressure numbers, not a lot of quick pressures. Do you feel like it's fair to ask that, to notice him more? And do you think this new defense will give him the chance to maybe to show that more, to do more with his career?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And Greg Rousseau is an excellent football player. A-plus run defender. He's a good pressure player. Where the disconnect comes is that he's just not a sack artist, right? And I think disassociating that from the overall appreciation is challenging for a lot of fans. And the reality is, Greg Rousseau, while he is handsomely paid, he's not paid like he's supposed to be, like this elite defensive playmaker. $20 million a year for a pass rusher or an edge rusher is not a ton of money, right? Like he's probably closer to the 20th highest paid at the position. And so I think you can appreciate Greg Rousseau when you just kind of understand the reality of the contract and what he provides the football team. Now, the problem is that you're craving that sack artist, the finisher, the guy that's going to come in, and it's a long and late down, and they're the havoc wreaker that they, when you watch the Bills on a broadcast, they put the circle around them, right? And I don't feel like Greg Rousseau's that caliber player. So I'd encourage Bills fans to appreciate Greg Rousseau for who he is, and don't be frustrated that he's not something more, and he's not paid like he's a guy that's supposed.
The Stanley Cup Final got off to a hot start with a comeback win for the Vegas Golden Knights over the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night, puck drop set for 8 o'clock. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael Jr. spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Falcons signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030, and the Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension. The NBA Final begins tonight with the Knicks and the Spurs, tip-off set for 8:30, and in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 9-4. The Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2, and the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I think we're a focused group. I think we're a hardworking group. I feel like we've been doubted a lot. There's been a lot of noise on the outside that we could obviously talk about, complain about, do something about. But we've always just went back into the gym, worked on our game individually, and then when it came to practice, we were focused. When it came to games, we kept getting better and better. And so I think our mentality is in the right place at the right time. And we just got to stay focused and keep learning. Even today, we can't be satisfied just because we're here. We got to continue to keep learning.
Jalen Brunson of the Knicks. NBA Finals begin tonight. Knicks and Spurs in a series that I think a lot of maybe casual NBA fans are pretty excited to see. Mm-hmm. Some new blood again. We have 8 years in a row, 8 different champions. We're going to talk about it, little series preview with Steve Ashburner, senior writer, NBA.com. He joins us on the Westford Hotline. Jeremy and Joe, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Steve, with regard to the finals, every year is going to have its own storylines. Are you of the belief that this one is a little bit, more special, more juiced up, given the presence of Wembanyama and also, of course, the existence of the Knicks?
I don't know. I think the moment, sort of carries us along. A year ago, Oklahoma City versus Indiana, it might have gotten a little downgraded because of the markets involved. But I think if you looked at the teams, that was pretty intriguing as well. I mean, Oklahoma City was the team on the rise, as San Antonio seems to be now. And Indiana was, built a little more traditionally, had a long-time Coach of the Year, Hall of Famer in Rick Carlisle. So you find the matchups where they are. I do think that this one lends itself to, as you mentioned, casual fans getting drawn in. I mean, you've got sort of the long and short of it, right? The 7'4" young center for San Antonio versus the guy who, I got to admit, I'm 6'2". Jalen Brunson's 6'2". That associates with being short only in the NBA. But he's this little pepper pot of a perpetual motion engine, and so that's a intriguing matchup. The way both teams are run by these guys at the the ends of the size spectrum, and then you've got the youth of San Antonio, a team that seems to be a little before its time, up to and including their head coach, Mitch Johnson, and then a much more veteran-laden, experienced team, players with whom we're familiar, and and a coach who's knocked around the league for quite a while in Mike Brown.
Right. Saw a stat that the Spurs starting lineup is younger than Michigan's starting lineup, who just won the national championship. How unprecedented, Steve, is the Spurs getting this far this young, and specifically for Wembanyama? Like, I know it's happened before, but it's not normal, or it's not, it's at least rare that a guy that leads a team at only 22 years old doesn't have to go through real playoff heartbreaker failure before getting this far.
Yeah, it's a good point. By the way, Michigan's starting five might be higher paid than the San Antonio Spurs.
Yes, that's true.
These days. So no, I mean it is, and I think a lot of us see Victor Wembanyama. I mean, from being around him in press conferences and at games, and just the way he carries himself. I mean, he's a lot more mature than his age would suggest, and he exhibits, some classic traits. The most notable to me is sort of the seriousness with which he approaches winning, and not just in, on any given night, although you can't, as they say, skip steps, but he's determined to be great. He wants the Spurs to put together a run of these finals appearances and Larry O'Brien trophies. And that a 22-year-old, even amongst younger players, but with guys like De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes and Luke Cornett on the team, that he is the unquestioned leader. There doesn't seem to be any fissures in the ranks as far as whose team this is, which is a goofy kind of thing anyway. But they have aligned themselves behind their best player, their tallest player, their most talented player, and I think their most natural leader. And that's, I think, why they have fast-tracked where they are.
As you mentioned, like his drive and his desire to be great, I was taken by his reaction to winning Game 7 in Oklahoma City. I know sometimes, cynical people will say, like, oh, you shouldn't be that excited. You haven't won the title yet. But to me, the emotion he showed on the court, Steve, was indicative of a player that it means an awful lot to. Like, I gained a lot of respect from him even in that moment just because he's so young, but he's clearly so dedicated.
Well, you can't win the title until you make the finals. And I think that for a lot of players coming in, I mean, reaching the finals and reaching it at such a young age, that had to be a cathartic experience. What's the word? Just a major release. I also think that the Oklahoma City series put him, through some real trials as far as struggles, the way they defended him. They made life difficult. They banged into him a lot. He gives a little bit, but he mostly gets when it comes to contact on the floor. And I just think over 7 games, the idea that he prevailed against that team, the team that was supposed to be the dynasty, heading over the next, 5, 6, 7 years. And already they've had to take a step back because of Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. That to me was just a big emotional release on his part. I don't think it was in any sense, a satisfaction. It was just, you can't, you got to get to the finals. And I think, especially for an international player, the idea that, we made it to the NBA finals, that resonated. And that's kind of a good thing, because it is cynical to say, well, unless you've won, you haven't been successful, unless you have that ring and that title. And I just think that so much is put on championship or bust that you should be able to at least celebrate getting to the finals.
That's where I almost find myself wanting to root for him, Steve, to win it, is almost that. Like, just to avoid, because LeBron got this, right, and a lot of others have too, to avoid however many years of, well, you're not allowed to say he's an amazing player or he's an all-time great until he actually wins the title. And if he does that immediately, like, just free runway, I guess, for him going forward. How unique is he for you watching the league as long as you have? Like, not to say, like, have you ever seen anyone that's 7'5", but a guy that just, it feels like every time you go near the paint, you're expecting him to affect that play. I mean, and sometimes that creates great shots, right? Like, there were a couple SGA shots where it felt like he had to shoot the ball so high that when it goes in, like, wow, that's a great shot. Like, have you ever seen somebody that unique defensively?
To be honest with you, yes. I was around long enough to have seen Manute Bol when he came into the league, 7'6", and it was remarkable. He would block 10 shots on multiple nights. I mean, it was. Now he was a far more limited player in his skill set. He didn't have the stamina or the strength to be a major player in the NBA. He got a run of some novelty when he began to shoot 3-pointers for Don Nelson. Sort of a mad scientist kind of coach who put the 7'6" guy out there on the arc. But that was in part to save him from banging in the paint on offense. So, but yeah, I mean, Dikembe Mutombo and the finger wag, I mean, let's not sell him short. He had that effect of dissuading opponents from even veering into the paint. I think that's the noticeable thing about Wembanyama. Now, again, these guys didn't face the players that are attacking San Antonio at the rim, or might have been, if not for Victor. They didn't play against those kind of guys. So this is their introduction to, an otherworldly, a shot swatter. But there have been guys. I mean, Ralph Sampson, he was all the rage when he came in the 80s from University of Virginia, and injuries undercut his NBA career. He ended up in the Hall of Fame by virtue of what he did at Virginia. But he was, I believe, 7'3". Mark Eaton in Utah was, a massive, not just tall, but broad shot blocker. So, you see it, but Wembanyama sort of backs that all up with, the hand-eye coordination, the quickness to be able to block a shot and grab it and take over the possession, not just knock it into the third row. He can move the ball up court. I think it still strikes me, and maybe I'm just waiting to be proven wrong. It just strikes me that San Antonio plays into its opponent's hands when they have him bring the ball up court, or when they have him shooting 3-pointers. If I'm the opposing coach, I'm breathing a sigh of relief, because for all the ways he can hurt me, him shooting 3-pointers is the least of it. And I get it, gravity, it opens up the floor for other guys. It allows him to create some lanes for himself. But, I want to see him develop more of a post game as he gets stronger, as he gets a stronger base where he can't be dislodged from his spot as much. I'm not saying go back to the old, tar pits, the dinosaur era of big centers. But, if he's able to get into the post a little more frequently, if he's able to develop, God forbid, a Kareem skyhook or something, then it's over.
Yeah. Right. Steve Eschburner, senior writer, NBA.com. All right, Steve, so to the Knicks, how do they match up and how do they win this series?
Well, I think the Knicks are, a terrific team, and they've got defenders on the wings that are going to be, causing trouble. And I think Jalen Brunson, for, being not a leaper, he's not tall, he's not the quickest guy on the floor, but he reads the floor so well, he is still able to get to his spots. And everybody tries to force him away from his left hand, and yet he still gets to it. He dissects the games so well, and the defenses and what they're trying to do. And out of that, either he gets his shots or he finds his teammates. I think the Knicks are pretty, and they've proven themselves pretty flexible this year. I'm a huge Tom Thibodeau fan, and I thought it was absurd that Knicks ownership fired him after losing in the conference finals last year. But it worked out. What they hired Mike Brown to do, Mike Brown threaded that needle. He was able to get this team one step beyond, which was really the agenda. He became more flexible in working with his own players to play to their strengths. When a player would go to him and say, I need this or I can do that, he listened. And, it's not just a matter that Mike Brown kept his bosses happy, but he kept the locker room happy. And, that's a big part of coaching these days in the NBA.
Steve, last thing for you here. We're here in Buffalo. We just went through the hockey playoffs, and hockey in Montreal in the Stanley Cup playoffs said to be in, the best atmosphere. You can't beat it. And I think about, for the NBA, the Garden for that. So, when it comes to Madison Square Garden, again, hosting finals games, are you expecting it to live up to what it always does?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's been 53 years since the last championship, and there haven't been a lot of serious forays by the Knicks, toward the Larry O'Brien Trophy, and they haven't been to the finals since 1999. You hope the corporatization of arena crowds, customers, doesn't change things too much. I think that there's plenty of seats at Madison Square Garden that aren't in the star-studded first row or two, that you do get the volume of noise, and there's an excitement. And people I know in New York that I've spoken with say that, this Knicks team has sort of galvanized certainly the sports fans in that town. And, this will be the story. This will be the prevailing cultural thing happening in New York over the next 2 to 3 weeks. And, yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. The league is based in New York, headquarters and all. So I think it's important to them. We have plenty of NBA fans that they haven't even grown up in this country, never mind, grown up with the Knicks as a factor. But, there's probably an extra notch or two on the dial when New York and that arena are involved.
Senior writer at NBA.com, Steve Ashburner, joining us in the Whistler Hotline. Steve, thanks so much for coming on again. You're always so gracious to come on with us. We love having the conversations. Enjoy the series.
Yeah, same for you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Steve Ashburner. To the get-in price. I want to play some get-in price fun.
Man.
Secondary market. Again, this is just what they are listed at. Doesn't mean they're selling. You can go to tonight's Game 1 in San Antonio for, name your price.
$600.
$689 is your get-in price for San Antonio.
Close.
Your get-in price for Game 3 at the Garden, according to the same ticketing site I'm on. The cheapest seat is
$1,100.
$4,876.
Come on.
$4,000
For the nosebleeds?
For the lowest price ticket. $4,876.
What is Chalamet paying? $4,000.
He actually sold. He sold a pair of his tickets to profit, so he's going kind of for free.
You could fly to San Antonio and get the nicest hotel room in the city, and it would be more cost effective. Than going to the Garden. What can I? What will $4,000 get me at San Antonio?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I can't get courtside, right?
The website says you get to sit on Wembanyama's lap. That's what it says here. The get-in price. Let's do some more get-in prices. Let's have some fun. A get-in price for Bills Panthers preseason game number 1.
Ooh, wow! I have no way of knowing that because
$130.
It's the first game at the new state. $130 is the get-in.
That's his guess.
Man, I mean, I'm so used to preseason games costing $6 on the secondary market.
This is tough.
These are listed, just listed.
This could be anything. This could be $20. This could be $400. $53.
Joe Kelly, pretty close. $114.
Wow.
Preseason. The
14?
get-in price for the Bills regular season opener. Lions-Bills. About a couple weeks ago, Schefter's tweeting it's $680.
Yeah.
It is now
higher.
$547.
No.
Lower.
For the lowest seat.
Okay.
All right. 803-0550. I wrote a list of names here. Let's get to a master list. It's a Wembanyama conversation, but it's actually all of sports. Ready? Mm-hmm. The all immediately lived up to the hype list. Who is on the all, like the all-star team, the all immediately match the hype? LeBron.
Yes.
McDavid.
Yes. LeBron, who, by the way, is the only first-team NBA player ever that's younger to make the finals than Wemby. Like, they're the two youngest ever.
Wembanyama pretty much immediately lived up to the hype.
Immediately,
Yep.
Crosby.
120 points in his first season.
Might as well throw Ovechkin in.
Yeah,
Ovechkin
will work too.
Yeah. I've got Austin Matthews here.
He
did score 4 goals in his first game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So if you want to make it a season or a game, fine. But like Austin Matthews had 4 goals in his first game.
I bet first overall pick hockey players are gonna
of these
are gonna be a high hit rate for this.
Yeah, a lot of these. Like what did McKinnon do in his first season? Probably lived up to the hype right away. You don't think so?
He was a little slower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he struggled.
He had a year where he had like 50 points, which is why he was on such a bad contract for so long.
Right.
He had 63 points in his first 82-game season.
What did he have like in his second or third year?
38 points in 64 games.
And then like 50?
52 points in
And then
72.
he
And then
blew up.
he actually needed 4 years to really get to where he is. And
he's unique.
And he keeps going up.
Yeah.
Right, he's unique in that.
Well, I'll tell you, like,
what about like Tiger Woods?
Ooh,
immediately lived up to the hype.
And there was hype, right?
Oh, God,
Oh,
yeah.
100%.
For sure.
Immediate
Okay.
hype.
Remember there was
Tiger
the
Woods.
interview with a guy that's like, you'll learn. You think you're going to come out here and win, and then he won that week or something? Like,
Right.
it was like, oh, all right. Well, this guy's awesome.
Shohei
Yeah.
Ohtani?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
When Tiger won the Masters, he was 21.
Wow. And he was like on late night as like a kid, right?
Yeah.
Like before
Yeah. He
10
won
years
his-
before that.
He won his he participated in his first Masters at age 19. And
Yeah.
he won his first at age 21.
Is there a quarterback that should be here?
Immediately lived up to the hype quarterback.
Mahomes sat his first season.
But not even that. Like his hype,
But the hype wasn't,
He
no.
went
Yeah.
10th overall.
Like I'm
Yeah,
thinking
right.
like Peyton Manning.
Elway is Elway. Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning's
Elway.
tougher. Peyton Manning's tougher because Manning led the league in interceptions, but you could see
Right.
he was different.
Yeah.
But that's not
That's not the same as Wembanyama or
like it's got to be unanimous. It's got to be like it can't be debatable. Like was he good right away? Like Tiger and McDavid and LeBron.
Yeah.
You don't have to debate it. Like they just were amazing.
Manning's first year, the Colts go 3-13,
Right.
and he throws 26 touchdowns to 28 interceptions.
Yeah, not good.
Now I feel like you would have been able to watch that and say like, oh no, but still, like this, you can tell
Who's the quarterback?
the quarterback that immediately lived up to the hype. Caleb Williams did not, of course.
No.
By the way,
Trevor Lawrence did not.
Caleb Williams is this year's Madden cover athlete.
He is, yeah.
Official.
Yeah.
They just posted
the
it.
jump pass.
It looks pretty cool.
It does look pretty cool.
It's
The
pretty good.
Chicago skyline in the back, too.
It
It's
looks
cool.
pretty cool.
Like
It's cool.
Burrow, maybe.
Cam Newton in chat was just thrown
That's
out there.
pretty good.
Cam Newton's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't last forever, but right, like wasn't he great right away as a rookie after winning the national championship?
Chat suggests Cooper Flag.
Yeah,
He was good
pretty
this
good.
year. That's
Cooper
right.
Flag. What about
But his
Big Ben?
No.
No,
No.
he played in the MAC.
He's played taking
Sure,
taking
sure.
11. Here one. Alan texts in. Here's one. Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
That's a great one.
Immediate.
Good. Yes.
I mean, the hype was like, here she is. She's incredible.
And now,
you
now
turn
she's-
on a game and like, oh, yep,
She's like the best player
Yep.
already.
that's a good one.
There's weird stuff happening with her and her team right now. There was a closed door meeting about some blow up that she had with the coach
Yeah.
on the bench. It was quite a thing.
That's not good if you're the coach.
No, you're not winning that battle.
Another one from the chat. Paul Skeens. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baseball. How about I'll give you one for baseball. Bryce Harper immediately lived up to the
Yeah.
hype.
There was a lot of hype.
Always
I
being
remember.
awesome.
I remember. I had the Sports Illustrated when I was a kid. Maybe it wasn't Sports Illustrated Kids, where he hit like a crazy long home run as like a 14-year-old,
Yeah.
and everyone's like, he was like 14 or 15. It's like he's gonna be in the majors
Yeah.
in 4 years.
The Dodgers pitcher Yamamoto from last year was
Yes,
a
Yamamoto.
guy that came over and was like, this guy's going to be awesome, and then he was destroying.
I almost want to create a tier at the top where like the hype was long lasting. Like when I think of LeBron or McDavid, or probably I was not alive really for this, but Tiger's hype that was years of buildup.
Right.
Like McDavid, it was 3 years of
Yes.
he's coming.
Yes.
LeBron, I'm sure it was 4 years of he's coming. Wemby was a little bit of that too. Like I think it was multiple years of there's this 7'5" alien overseas that is going to come rule the world in a couple of years. Whereas what was Matthews? Was he just like 1 year of like
Matthews
was Matthews more
He
of a-
went over to play in Europe.
He played in Switzerland.
Yeah,
instead of playing. Like I think
Right.
Matthews we knew.
All right.
Matthews was that.
Yeah,
'Cause there was-
maybe some of these guys are multiple years.
Even the McDavid year, it was like if Matthews was in this draft, like they were talking about if Matthews was here
Listen,
now.
McDavid.
What about Rory, by the way?
Oh yeah,
Wasn't there a lot of hype with him?
tons.
Maybe.
He was on Tonight Show and all that.
Or
when he was
am I
little.
just thinking of his dad telling everyone at a bar that he bet them to win like multiple majors? before he
No,
was,
I
was
think he
22.
was a Titan guy that like people knew he was coming. Like I think he got like a Tiger. He's gonna be like Tiger. Like look at this kid, he's incredible. And then he came out and won a bunch of majors.
There's when you were saying another tier, I'd want a tier for you went to see this person and within 30 seconds you were like, yup. because that was me with McDavid and Erie.
Same.
Like McDavid at Erie.
The first shift he played.
Yeah, okay.
It was obvious.
Totally different. He would have been drafted first overall the year before. I remember when we went to Erie to see him. Of course, that's in the midst of like the Sabres are going to pick high. And I came back the next day, Monday morning, whatever, and said he would be the best skater in the NHL right now, and he's getting drafted in 2 years. He's the best skater. It was so obvious. Like I think didn't Brian Burke say like an alien could tell this guy was good at hockey?
Yeah.
You could land in a spaceship and be like, that's a good player.
He had 120 points in 47 games in Erie.
Another mention here, Venus and Serena.
Yeah, I'm looking.
good
Chat's got some good ones. Yeah, Venus and Serena is good. Obvious, but
Great.
Gretzky and Lemieux were both that.
Yeah, that's what Wembanyama really is. He's on this kind of tier.
Is there a Buffalo answer?
Immediately lived up to the hype. I mean, listen,
Anywhere?
he's not on the level of all these players, but Jack Eichel was immediately obviously very good.
Yeah.
Darlene, it wasn't immediate.
No,
he
that's
had
right.
hype, but it took a couple years.
That's right. That's right. With Eichel, when he played his rookie season, I thought like this is exactly what I thought we were going to get.
Right.
You know, was he
Skating
McDavid
and the shot.
Right. Was he McDavid? No, but
Allen wasn't right away.
no.
Andrew
definitely
Luck.
not.
Andrew Luck.
Kelly didn't show up right away.
Yeah.
Do we not have a great answer
For
locally?
Buffalo?
Was there like a lot of running backs over the years? Was one of McGahee didn't play a year?
It's just kind of like we're going different levels. Like
Beast mode?
No, yeah, it's going to be different
I'll
levels.
tell you a guy who immediately showed up
Pro.
and produced, and I thought maybe he wasn't hyped enough, but I hyped him as much as anybody, as Diggs.
Yeah.
Diggs showed up and was immediately awesome. Immediately lived up to, like, oh, that's a number one receiver.
Right.
But again, like, he'd been in the league, so that's a little different.
Did we say Michael Jordan?
No, he was drafted third.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Was that immediate?
He came in.
He was great right away.
He was
Maybe? I don't
probably.
I know he didn't win right away. I don't want to conflate that with he wasn't good. But
Right. I don't know. I that's what I was thinking. Is I know they weren't necessarily great right away. But
I mean, he won Rookie of the Year,
and he finished sixth in the MVP voting with
28 points a game.
Yeah,
all right, he was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
28.2
Never
points
mind.
per game.
Not worth asking. He was great. Yeah.
What about Mike Tyson?
And then his third year, which that's part of it too. Like right away can be like the first game he played. It could be a couple years because Wemby's in his third year, but this is his first playoff run. Jordan led the league with 37 points a game in his third season.
Yeah, right.
He just didn't win in the playoffs yet. But that's the special part of Wemby. Like it is that he is winning this quickly. Like you could be great right away and live up to the hype. McDavid didn't go to the finals right away.
No.
Like Wembanyama being in the finals at 22 as the centerpiece of a team, that does not happen.
Good thing they won a lottery.
Yeah.
I know. Must be nice.
Must be nice to win that kind of lottery. Too bad you're not the Jazz.
I feel like in this whole conversation, we did not really find a great quarterback answer. Of all time. Who is it?
Marino?
The great,
I mean, like,
the
Marino's
greatest guys didn't have the hype. Allen and Mahomes, it wasn't on that level. Brady, of course, didn't have it.
Nope.
Peyton Manning's going to be the closest, I think.
Yeah.
And he led the league in picks his first year.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, quarterback.
And they went 3-13.
Quarterback doesn't have a great answer
It's
for this.
funny, like, Peyton Manning going 3-13 and going 26 touchdowns and 28 interceptions. You know what that is? That's Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Right? Like, but wait a minute. Here's one. Kyle writes in, 7 games, but Devin Levi. I like it.
If his career ended right there.
Immediately lived up to the hype for 7 games, and then we never spoke of it again. 803-0550
Lamar
is
Jackson
the phone number.
is a suggestion someone tweeted in.
Yeah, but he was drafted in the second round.
But he won the
end of the first round.
He did win the Heisman.
Sure, but still, like, that's not this guy's going to transcend the sport. And he start 8 games his rookie year?
Didn't people argue whether he would transcend the sport? And then,
Sure,
what was he right away? Wasn't he unbelievable?
That's not McDavid. You don't go at the end of the first round as a polarizing prospect.
But that was just the sport being stupid. Like
I understand. We're saying he's good. He did not immediately live up to the hype.
Yeah, but
he
it wasn't.
He didn't beat out Joe Flacco at training camp.
Right? No. And it wasn't everybody in the sport knows this is it. There were a bunch of people that thought this guy's a running back. So, like, when you've got
that's what I mean.
You're not allowed to be that guy if you've got that.
Yeah.
To me.
803-0550. We got to get you bell naps, hot or cold. Segment Joe Cali puts together for us. We'll do that. We'll get more of your phone calls as well. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills. If you do, Belknap Give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green. Save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728 for more comfort and less ka-ching. Give Belknap a ring.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Been wondering a little bit today, Sal, about how much the Bills might evolve as an offense or change running the ball. Like, I don't know that Carmichael said anything about this yesterday that would indicate a difference, or if Brady has, but like DJ Moore coming in, I wonder, like, they've been more of a run-heavy offense the last couple of years. Could you see that going up incrementally? I don't think they're going to be the number one pass-happiest offense in the league, but Cook was over 300 carries last year. Moore's going to come in, and I think you're going to want to feed him the ball somewhat, and those targets got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think part of it too, Joe, is, and he was asked specifically about, James Cook having a lot of carries last year, the most of his career, and, he's not the biggest guy in the world, and kind of balancing that, right? So, we'll see. I think one of the things to make sure everybody knows, and I know you guys know this, is, Pete Carmichael's not calling the offensive plays, right? He's not running the offense. Joe Brady's doing that. He's the offensive coordinator supporting Joe Brady. He's going to be ready to call plays. So I don't think this is Pete Carmichael comes in, what's your offense? And that's what the Bills are going to do. This is Joe Brady's offense. So if that's Joe Brady's philosophy, and we saw it last year, then that's what they're going to stay with. But I do believe that Pete Carmichael will come in and have an influence on a few different things here, which is what he said. Joe Brady said, let's take a look at what we did last year, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we want to continue at, maybe get better at, and also what other teams are doing. And then you throw in, look, Pete Carmichael was with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was with Alvin Kamara. He has a very good pass-catching running back in James Cook. I do think the Bills might lean more into the pass this year. I think that leaning into the pass can come in a variety of different forms. I do think they'll take more shots downfield, like be more of a vertical passing game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like a little bit more involvement from the running backs, from James Cook, and maybe not giving him the ball and handoffs, but maybe finding other ways to get the ball to him, and even DJ Moore finding ways to get the ball to him in different ways.
Good for Vegas. They're up 1-0 I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina, those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game, like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that, where it's high scoring.
It's good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates like running to him. I immediately thought like, oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He like tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went.
Stanley Cup Final officially underway. The Vegas Golden Knights beat the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael Jr. spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Falcons, they signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030. The Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension as well. The NBA Final begins tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs. Tip-off set for 8:30. And in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 9-4. The Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2. And the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
You know, it's been great to have him and Josh start to make a connection. And the one thing I know is they go out there and they're learning each other a little bit. And I think that if you watch a rep, let's say we're throwing routes to the receivers and it just doesn't feel right to Josh and or DJ, they're going to make sure they get that rep again and make sure that it feels right for both of them. But he's smooth. He comes off the ball. And sometimes it feels like all of a sudden he's by guys. So I think that he's a great addition.
Pete Carmichael, Bills offensive coordinator. OTAs continuing next week. It's mandatory minicamp. Sal mentioned training camp is going to get started around July 29th. We have not had any of our Orchard Park correspondents check in with news of the Buffaloes going up, but that's got to be going soon. I think it was like this week.
Yeah.
This or next week it should get started.
Yep. I would imagine.
Whenever you're ready. I'm ready for those pictures. Send them in to us. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Happy June 3rd. Tonight the NBA, last night the NHL. Cup final, Vegas and Carolina. You love seeing Carolina lose. Just love it.
That's why I'm choosing to not care about who wins and just enjoy the team losing.
Yeah.
I hate them both. I'd like to see them both lose. Can't get that, but one's going to lose every night.
What is cooler, the drum bang or the siren crank?
To be fair, I do think the siren crank is a cool. It relates to what the team is. That's why I'm campaigning. Like, anyone want to join me on this? Like, we need a sword-related thing to open up the game that alumni or special guest, whoever
you want it to be
does.
Sword-based.
Yeah, they're the Sabres.
True.
You're going to get a lot of the siren crank, by the way, because the Golden Knights do it as well.
Oh, then that's lame.
That's right. They do.
That's super lame.
But is it a siren or is it something else? They're cranking
the siren,
something.
they call it.
All right, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about both teams are sounding sirens before the game.
Yes.
Yeah, they both.
It's a
have
siren
the,
off.
If they're,
the hand
I mean,
crank.
what is now? what could possibly be better about the soullessness of this matchup than like each of these teams cranks a siren before the game?
I know. It really is so lame.
Well, I guess we're lucky that the Golden Knights don't do something sword-based because then they would steal that. They're knights; they could use swords.
That's a good point.
Sure. I feel like the Sabres have an opportunity, though. They could do something really cool.
Yeah.
Or we mentioned the Cavaliers, right? They have a sword that they pull out of a stone. Or no, pulls out of a logo.
Yeah, the C logo, yeah.
I don't know. There's got to be something.
Put up a Twitter poll about the Bills' pass rush. Will it be good this year? 60% say no. It's very simple. Will it be good? You can, whatever good is to you, you can vote in that, or you can give us a call on anything you got. Ryan in North Tonawanda. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing so far?
Good.
So far.
Hey, just humor me here. Talk about Alex Tuck and the Buffalo Sabres. What if we can't sign Alex Tuck to a long term, why not explore like a sign-in trades type of situation like they did with Mitch Marner? So sign him to like 8 years, find someone to take him, then try to get a player in return for him. And on top of that, if we want to take like a major push, let's see if we can go for Jason Robertson of the Dallas Stars and do an offer sheet for like around 12.
You wouldn't even need to. He's a UFA, right? He's a UFA.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think he's restricted. I could be wrong.
Okay. I thought it was a UFA, but I could be wrong too. We'll check.
What if we try to do a push for him for 12 to 13 mil?
Yeah.
So we got our lefty that lines up with Tage Thompson on the power play. So just thought I would bring that up and see what you guys think.
Fair. On the sign and trade idea, I forgot that Toronto did that. Marner just turned 29, which is not that much younger than Alex Tuck, who is 30. So he's basically 1 year younger and would have signed it 1 year earlier. All that Toronto got was a player so that Vegas could get a 8th year to probably extend out the money or whatever.
Yep. They got a bottom 6 forward.
Yeah.
Nicholas Waugh.
Yeah, and
middle 6, maybe bottom 6.
Every time I've heard this brought up, I think, and I'm challenging this now in my own head, like maybe I should anticipate that could happen, because I would think nobody wants the 8th year. Why would a team want the extra year for Tuck if you're already worried about the term on the deal and the age of the player? The 8th year really only exists to help your cap situation and the AAV. But if the cap is already going up enough, I just don't know that teams would want that, right? I don't know that I'd want an 8th year. If you told me the Sabres had 7 or 8 years, I guess 8. If it's the same dollar amount, sure. But is it? Like, would Tuck sign 7 for 80 or 8 for 80? Because in that world, 8 for 80 is better because it's a lower AAV. Sure, you're on the hook in the final year, but I don't know. I think sign and trades are super rare.
Yeah.
And I just
very, very rare.
I would,
and you're not getting a lot anyway. Like, really what we're talking about is maybe if you can find a team that's on the hook that, like, what would push it over the line for Tuck to sign there is, well, I want the 8th year. One way or another, he figures out a way to do that. What am I getting out of it? I'm getting maybe a 3rd pair defenseman. Or I'm getting like a 2nd, 3rd round pick, 4th round pick. What did the Sabres trade to get Ehrhoff?
To get him off the roster?
That was just the rights.
Oh, there was like a 6th, 4th,
like it was
4th?
It was barely anything.
For the rights?
Nicholas Waugh last year to Toronto, like that's not really, we're not talking about a lot.
Yeah, that's trade for the rights is more likely than a sign and trade.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which it's basically the same thing, just in a slightly different order.
Yeah, because isn't that how the Sabres were able to sign Ehrhoff for 10 years?
Yeah,
I don't remember what the rules were then.
Yeah.
Were they were allowed to...
No, there was no limit on how long you could sign. They just got him in a room and said, we'll offer you this. Do you want it?
Right, because that's the era when the Devils tried to sign Kovalchuk for like 17 years.
Yeah.
Right. The team that gets Tuck, you could trade for him 2 days before, get his rights, and then you could do the 8 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's possible. I would do it if you're not going to sign him because I'll take something. I just don't think the thing you're getting is going to anything to be excited about. I think at best you're getting a player that can play 13 minutes a night on your 3rd pair and you don't hate it.
Obviously, you're right, Jason Robertson has to be an RFA. Otherwise, he would be on the list with Alex Tuck as best free agents available. So I should have known that top of my head that Jason Robertson is an RFA.
Yep.
What's he going to get? He's a UFA next year, Robertson. So he's 1 year away. Which maybe they don't want to sign an 8-year deal. And they want to – he's arbitration eligible. He could just go to arbitration and get like a 1-year deal from the Stars, or they could trade him. That's another kind of sign and trade scenario, potentially.
Yeah.
Robertson. He might even be more likely. He's 26.
And Dallas is in a spot where they can't pay everybody. and he wants $14 million, and they don't really have $14 million to give him right now. Like, they just kind of can't do it. So unless he takes a discount, even if he takes a discount, they have to trade somebody. So either they're trading Robertson or somebody else is getting moved off the team. And, that could be a big deal. It could be a smaller deal. So I always see Labushkin's name keep coming up for them because he makes like just under $4 million a year. You want him back? Could do that. I mean, Robertson's obviously bigger and more exciting. Yeah. A lot more exciting.
Jay in Hamilton has an idea for the swords. What's up?
Oh my goodness! I'm so glad we're talking about this. So, it's going to be a bit similar to the Canadians, but what you do is you have the guy, whomever the person, walking down the hallway to the spot, I guess, where the drum is, and you have the Sabres logo all kind of lit up and stuff, and you have a sword stuck in on either side. They put both hands on it at the right time. They pull it out. They wait a second, and they raise it to the sky like Thor does with his hammer. And then you have lightning crashing everywhere. You got lightning crashing on the ice, and you've got the lights going off and on, and you just got people going crazy in Buffalo. I'm telling you, I've been envisioning this sword thing for so long. The bang the drum doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry, but the swords, you've got to work in the sword.
All right.
The glow up from bang the drum to point the sword to the sky and lightning shoots down.
One problem. We got one big problem there.
Don't say the Tampa Bay Lightning.
What do you do against Tampa Bay?
You did lightning, whatever.
No, that'd be like them.
You're taking their power into your sword.
You're
stealing their power.
Having lightning be the star of the show against Tampa would be like if the Sabres played in Tampa.
It's not the star of the show.
And they're like, here, swords.
The sword collecting the lightning is the star of the show.
Can't do it.
I think it's a great idea.
We're playing the Hurricanes, and the sword whips up a hurricane. You're telling me that the sword is still the star of the show?
No, that's not the same thing at all.
You're playing the mammoth, and the sword calls out a mammoth to trample people. Like, no, you can't do it. You're making lightning the star instead of the sword.
No, the sword is still the star.
I won't have it.
All you got to do is instead of lightning, you pull them out and then you put both above your head in an X, and then you just play like a Buffalo Stampede.
The only thing that I think that is a problem here is honestly people not being comfortable maybe with the lightning shooting down to the sword. Did you ever watch the Prestige?
Yes.
That movie when Tesla's testing out the lightning machines, everyone's there to watch it, and it starts happening, and everybody leaves because they're afraid of it. And I'm going to invite somebody to come hold a sword that lightning's going to shoot down to it. And, like, how many guys are going to be like, I don't want to do that. You're what? I'm going to hold this into the sky, and you're going to shoot me with a bolt of lightning?
Is that what the idea was?
I didn't realize we were talking about
that's
actual
what he thought, right?
Tesla coils.
I think
that's what he said, isn't it?
He was talking about like how Montreal has the flames around the entire arena.
No,
I've
got them doing real lightning bolts. They do that in Tampa. Dude, Tampa,
you can do that.
Tampa shoots real lightning bolts into their arena.
Yeah, you just have like the plasma bolts come out of the sword.
I mean, they might not be
I thought we were doing real bolts.
It might be electricity. Real lightning bolts might be doing some work here.
Yeah, plasma.
But
sorry.
I get it.
Yeah, no, I thought we were shooting real plasma at the sword.
That's really something then.
That'd be cool.
Listen, all I'm saying is Swords of 1,000 Men remains there for you. Yes. You now will have, by the way, in the arena, men and women holding swords now. We all got swords. Does anybody want to do that? Sorry, it's a song about drinking beer and swords. And the arena is full of people drinking beer out of swords. Okay. 803-0550. Belknap Heating, hot and cool, coming up top of the hour. Joe Kelly's going to take over the show. And, in the chat, it's been a hot take morning in the chat. It's been a hot take morning in the chat. A few different hot takes out there. Do we have to get into it? I don't know. We'll decide. Maybe we'll check in over there later. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Been wondering a little bit today, Sal, about how much the Bills might evolve as an offense or change running the ball. Like, I don't know that Carmichael said anything about this yesterday that would indicate a difference, or if Brady has, but like DJ Moore coming in, I wonder, like they've been more of a run-heavy offense the last couple of years. Could you see that going up incrementally? I don't think they're going to be the number one pass-happiest offense in the league, but Cook was over 300 carries last year. Moore's going to come in, and I think you're going to want to feed him the ball somewhat, and those targets got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think part of it too, Joe, is, and he was asked specifically about, James Cook having a lot of carries last year, the most of his career, and, he's not the biggest guy in the world, and kind of balancing that, right? So, we'll see. I think one of the things to make sure everybody knows, and I know you guys know this, is, Pete Carmichael's not calling the offensive plays, right? He's not running the offense. Joe Brady's doing that. He's the offensive coordinator supporting Joe Brady. He's going to be ready to call plays. So I don't think this is Pete Carmichael comes in, what's your offense? And that's what the Bills are going to do. This is Joe Brady's offense. So if that's Joe Brady's philosophy, and we saw it last year, then that's what they're going to stay with. But I do believe that Pete Carmichael will come in and have an influence on a few different things here, which is what he said. Joe Brady said, let's take a look at what we did last year, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we want to continue at, maybe get better at, and also what other teams are doing. And then you throw in, look, Pete Carmichael was with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was with Alvin Kamara. He has a very good pass-catching running back in James Cook. I do think the Bills might be lean more into the pass this year. I think that leaning into the pass can come in a variety of different forms. I do think they'll take more shots downfield, like be more of a vertical passing game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like a little bit more involvement from the running backs, from James Cook, and maybe not giving him the ball and handoffs, but maybe finding other ways to get the ball to him, and even DJ Moore finding ways to get the ball to him in different ways.
I want to bring you into our conversation about, well, it's kind of a Myles Garrett conversation. It's about Jared Verse. It's about Greg Rousseau. It's about the pass rush, right? Which, if there's anything we've talked about with the Bills, it's receiver and pass rush. These are returning themes. And with Rousseau, one thing I mentioned to Joe, Sneaky Joe here earlier in the show was, I hope in 2026 I notice him more. Not to say I don't think he's a good player, but when we're talking about these pass rushers, these premier guys, these are guys that, when they line up at the snap, I'm looking to see where Myles Garrett is, even Jared Verse or Max Crosby, or on and on and on. And with Rousseau, like 7 sacks, decent pressure numbers, not a lot of quick pressures. Do you feel like it's fair to ask that, to notice him more? And do you think this new defense will give him the chance to maybe to show that more, to do more with his career?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And Greg Rousseau is an excellent football player. A-plus run defender. He's a good pressure player. Where the disconnect comes is that he's just not a sack artist, right? And I think disassociating that from the overall appreciation is challenging for a lot of fans. And the reality is, Greg Rousseau, while he is handsomely paid, he's not paid like he's supposed to be, like this elite defensive playmaker. $20 million a year for a pass rusher or an edge rusher is not a ton of money, right? Like he's probably closer to the 20th highest paid at the position. And so I think you can appreciate Greg Rousseau when you just kind of understand the reality of the contract and what he provides the football team. Now, the problem is that you're craving that sack artist, the finisher, the guy that's going to come in and it's a long and late down, and they're the havoc wreaker that they, when you watch the Bills on a broadcast, they put the circle around them, right? And I don't feel like Greg Rousseau is that caliber player. So I'd encourage Bills fans to appreciate Greg Rousseau for who he is, and don't be frustrated that he's not something more. And he's not paid like he's a guy that's supposed to take over in those moments. I could understand wanting more, but where I struggle with the Greg Rousseau conversation is the lack of appreciation for what he does, for an expectation for something that is not in a skill set and not what he's paid to do, if that makes sense.
But we should have a competition this time of year. We do it in training camp. The peak OTA tweet from around the league. What's the most OTA tweet from the league? I will submit Taylor Kyles of the New England Patriots coverage, beat reporter for Patriots CLNS. That is going to be who? Yeah, Patriots on CLNS. Okay. Not his fault. It's just the story. A.J. Brown. Patriots coaches wanted A.J. Brown at the front of the line during position drills. The veteran declined, saying he wants to earn that spot. Peak OTAs.
Yes. All about earning it.
I saw a one-handed A.J. Brown catch. The connection's working early. If only all of us could get celebrated for just, like practicing at work.
Right.
There's footage of Joe Kelly hitting a button. Everyone's like, man, look at this dude. He's so ready.
He's ready.
I can't wait for this year.
It wouldn't even be him hitting the button. It would be him hitting the button like an hour before the show.
Right.
Practicing to hit the button.
Hitting buttons that aren't even in that studio. Just like at home, buttons.
It's my push to start.
Microphones. Right. Push just look at this button. Look at this mic. Look at this update he's doing. Owen's over there. Look at Owen. Look at Sneaky Joe. Look at these guys. Everyone gets so celebrated in the NFL. It's fun. Yeah, whatever. We're having fun with it. Not to belittle anything anybody does. Go out there and catch footballs, guys, I guess. All right. Speaking of Joe Kelly, did you guys see him getting ready for the Belknap Hot and Cold segment? Ooh. It's coming up.
He's ready.
He's ready for it. It's coming up here on WGR. Do the Sabres have to fire Eric Stahl? Now.
Does he still work in the organization?
That's a question worth asking.
I've never heard an answer.
You can't rev that siren as a member of the Sabres. No. Is he still a consultant? Is he still on the payroll?
He can't be,
We got to find out. You're fired. Thank you for your services. You got to go.
He's not listed on the site, so and he hasn't been.
Okay.
He hasn't been for a while, but I don't. Oh, no, he is still listed.
He's still on the Sabres website?
Sorry, he's still listed as special assistant to general manager.
We must stage a sit-in or some sort of protest to get Eric Stahl graciously removed from the Sabres front office if he has any role.
Gather your things.
Thank you.
That'll be it.
Stay in Carolina. You did a great job on the siren there.
Right.
Congratulations. Our team employees are not revving up Carolina fans.
No.
Period.
I mean, would he be at the parade if they won the series?
He'd probably be he'd be on a float. Yes. Gotta go. That's how we're starting our Wednesday. Who can we call?
See, special assistant to general manager. I guess it just says general manager. He was a special assistant to Kevin Adams.
To the other general manager.
Right. So does it not carry over? Does he have who's in office space? Does he have an office in the bottom of the building? And he's like just kind of still hanging around and nobody knows why. Is that all that he's doing? Was he ever here in the first place?
Great question.
He might have just been remote from the beginning.
Don't forget, he was here. There was the time that the GM said he had a conversation with Eric Stahl. You should have heard what he just said about, something. Do you remember that? Don't tell me that got away from you.
No, I remember it, but what was it about?
He didn't tell us because it was so profound. Like, you should have heard the conversation. We just talked about a couple.
But he wouldn't tell us.
No, of course. It was, state secrets. Joe Marino at 7 o'clock. He has his yearly feature. It's like a pillar of the offseason, the 10 most important bills to the future. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk about that in that project with Joe Marino. I had a chance to be a part of that. Mm-hmm. And the number 2, do you know who finished number 2?
No, yeah.
Number 2, the second most important bill.
It's not Josh Allen.
No,
of course.
Josh Allen wins number 1 every time. Obviously. So basically, this is the who's the second most important bill? What Joe does for his project with Locked On Bills is asks 10 panelists to submit, maybe even more, a 1 through 10, blends the rankings. He also uses his Discord channel, and then here's where everybody ranked, and he charts from year to year. Like, where does Keon Coleman go from rookie year to second year to third year? In and out of the top 10. Mm-hmm. Kincaid's movement, I feel like Kincaid was once number 2, dropped down to number 10. But this year, who did the panel in a blended set of rankings say is the second most important bill?
I am going to guess that the panel went with DJ Moore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Is it that slam dunky?
No.
Is it?
No,
just,
I don't think so.
Is it just
but
that it's new?
It's new. It's a critically important position. It's a position that they have not been very strong at, and also feel like the depth behind him, especially like perimeter receiver, separator, go-to guy. If something were to happen to him, or if he just had a bad year, then I'm right back to there's nobody on this team that I can really trust. Unless, you get a miracle and Skylar Bell is like, Amon-Ra St. Brown or something as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you're not going to have that guy. So I think it's what's behind him. I think it's how important the position is. I do think that he's new also. He's talented. Yeah, like, I feel like more he would have been my answer for this.
The Stanley Cup Final off to a hot start with a comeback win for the Vegas Golden Knights over the Carolina Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow night, puck drop at 8. That'll be right here on WGR with a 7:30 pregame as well. OTAs roll on for the Bills. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael Jr. spoke with the media. In case you missed any of that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Falcons signed wide receiver Drake London to a 4-year, $141 million extension through 2030. The Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension. And NFL insider Jordan Schultz said former Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald told him that returning to the NFL, quote, is a possibility. The NBA final begins tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs, tip-off at 8:30. And in the MLB, the Blue Jays fell to the Braves 4-3. The Guardians beat the Yankees 9-4. And the Red Sox lost to the Orioles 4-2. And the Mariners took down the Mets 8-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Time for hot and cold. Hot or cold. Joe Kelly asks for your submissions, topics, whatever you want. And then we discuss if something is either hot or cold. In any way that could mean, really.
Very many ways.
Yes.
Indeed.
All right. We'll do that. I was
right.
just looking at the numbers on the Drake London contract.
It feels like a lot of money.
Yeah, $141 million.
It really is. He's good. He has not put up monster numbers yet. He's good. On a percentage of cap, he's now the 9th highest paid receiver. I like percentage of cap because when the cap goes up, you could get more than another guy, but when was it signed?
Right.
Percentage of cap. Number 1, Chase. Number 2, JSN. Number 3, Jefferson. Lamb, Brown, Metcalf, 6. Brandon Ayuk is 7th. That was signed in 2024.
Man.
St. Brown, 8th. Drake London, 9th. Garrett Wilson, Terry McLaurin, Jalen Waddle, DJ Moore. DJ Moore is the 13th highest paid receiver on percentage of cap. So anyway, there you go. Drake London, 9th. And get ready for Chris Olave to eventually get up above.
Yes.
Probably above. I bet Olave gets into the top 6. Maybe
I think that's probably
maybe
right.
top 5. He might get into the top 5 because if I'm Olave, I definitely want to jump above Ayuk and St. Brown and Metcalf.
There's a bunch of guys next year. So actually, Mike Giannitti tweeted this out earlier about the extension candidates. Who could go that high? You have Olave?
Yes, he could go top 5.
Puka? But there's off-field stuff with Puka.
There is, and
He's
the Rams
biting people.
We'll see if the Rams, of all the
and there's more than that.
Really, of all the stuff like McVay, he thinks he can win with this quarterback. That doesn't McVay probably think I'll get a receiver to do that?
Right.
40, 50 million.
Especially if you can't trust us.
Right, if you can't trust him. So we'll see. We'll see.
George Pickens.
Top 5's going to be tough for him when they already have CeeDee Lamb in the top 5, but they could do it.
He might earn it.
To that point, Chase is 1 and Higgins is 14th.
Okay.
Those are the two big numbers.
Pickens
is not. He's not going.
For
no,
that.
he's not going outside the top 10.
And then the only other guys that wouldn't be in this category, like Zay Flowers, Michael Wilson, they're going to be lower.
Yes.
Christian Watson.
But Olave's going. I bet Olave goes top 5.
Yep.
All right. That's hot. Receiver market hot. Drake London, $40 million a year. It's an expensive.
Yeah.
It's an expensive position.
It is. Very
expensive position.
I mean, that's why you drafted.
Yep. All right, Joe Kelly.
All right. Owen and I discovered this one this morning. Thought it was a little interesting. Denver Gazette headline, Avs won't win another cup until McKinnon grows up. He skipped the end-of-season pressers and generally is considered a little bit whiny. Hot or cold?
Love it. Love this take. Love this take. Thank goodness they have a cup, or else he would be a problem.
Yes. I said that earlier. We had a conversation about something similar to this topic, and we were talking about how much of a psycho he is and how just he's crazy and he's out of his mind.
Yeah.
And I made the point, like, everybody likes it because he's won. It's the only reason anybody likes it.
For sure. I can remember reading the story where McKinnon will get on his teammates for what they're eating.
Mm-hmm.
And if the pass to him in practice is off target, he will trash them for it.
Yeah.
And I remember saying, like, if Jack Eichel did that, people would lose their minds because he's a jerk.
Yeah.
But, again, if you win, you get to do what you want.
Exactly.
And McKinnon is insane.
Skipping the end of after being swept out and being that team, like skipping your pressers is a bad look as the captain.
That's a tough.
Are you just going to have locker clean out day 2 days later?
I think that's all they did.
I am in the minority of journalists and people in this industry when I say, like, that's fine. I just don't. Rory McIlroy skipped out after blowing a lead. Why'd he do it? I don't want to say anything I'm going to regret. I'm going to gather myself. You'll hear from me in a week. In the case of McKinnon, I get it. He'll talk in a day. Like, I'm not going to talk tonight. I'm going to go home. I'm going to make sure I don't say anything stupid, and I'll come back in a day with gathered thoughts. I understand. Like I said, I'm in the minority here. I don't think it's that big of a deal, and especially in the social media age, these players can get on their phone and give their own press conference if they want to.
I agree with that for everybody except the captain of the team.
Okay.
I think the captain needs to talk every day. That's the job. That's what you get. That's what the C is for. You go out there and you represent your team. That is the job. Anybody else, I'm fine with that. I totally agree with you. If you're going to talk the next day, fine. But you are the captain. You just got eliminated. It is your duty to go out there and not put your teammates out there instead.
Sure.
That's a joke.
Look what Josh Allen did.
Right.
He didn't process it really much at all. He went out there rather emotional and did it.
Yeah.
And what did that – was that of value?
I think it made a bunch of people mad.
Fired.
That did happen.
Might have got the coach fired. Didn't really. I don't think it got the coach fired.
But I
think it did get the coach fired. The owner said he saw Allen crying, and that was what made him realize the coach had to get fired.
In the locker room.
Sure.
Wasn't Allen crying because he knew the coach was getting fired?
I don't know.
Wasn't Trey White freaking out at the end of the game because of a penalty that he knew was getting his coach fired?
I don't know.
I think they knew.
Lots of context clues.
Most of the time as a player, you kind of know. You can feel it.
The GM.
I feel like Allen was crying. I don't know this. I'm guessing Allen was crying at his locker because he knows the game he just played. Got Sean McDermott fired.
Well, one thing about all that's so interesting is, like, in the dual press conference with Pegula and Brandon Beane, the question never got asked to Brandon Beane. Did you know this was going to happen?
Oh, you know what? Sorry, on my McKinnon point. McKinnon's not the captain. Landeskog is. He's an assistant.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm fine. Forget everything I said.
This is why he's not.
Forget
the
it.
captain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is why he's not.
It literally, I think, is probably why
Now
he's
he
not
can
the
never
captain.
wear the C.
That is true.
Until he grows up.
Thank you, bullpen.
I think there's only one.
I forgot Landeskog was the captain.
I totally did too.
There's only one answer here. He has to get traded now. I love that. You got to get traded.
He's a diva.
Get him out.
Maybe he's a loser. This guy missing open net in the gold medal game, and now he's doing this. Yeah. What do you want to give up for him? Let's do it.
I'm in.
All right. Up next. Drafts should be removed from sports entirely. Hot or cold?
I've heard this take a million times over the years, and I just not. It's too far.
Too much?
It's too good for content. It would be fine if it happened. If there's still a salary cap, it would be fine.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have any incentive to lose, for those of you out there that are obsessed with that idea. And if you are the best free agent, if Connor McDavid hits the open market, can sign wherever he wants, I know what people would say, like, oh, he would just sign with the best team. Maybe, maybe not. Do they have cap space? Is it just a wide open Wild West market?
Are they on entry-level contracts, or are they getting money?
Right. Do I want to sign?
Because if they're locked in on entry-level contracts, if I'm the best player, I'm just going to go look at the list of the 5 best teams.
Well, if there's no draft, there'd be no entry-level contract.
Right.
That's you would just be free for all.
agent. Yeah.
So I am of the belief that it could be fine and just different.
Okay.
I think the one sport you cannot do this with is basketball. Because super team extravaganza.
All right, the best player of this year's draft. Who's he come out? Who's he play for? He wants to play.
Yeah,
who's he going to sign with?
Well,
not on a super team.
You can find a team that's great that you can find that you'll have. You're the first overall pick. You're going to start.
But doesn't that, if that filters out throughout every year, the best guy picks the team with the hole? Doesn't every team then just
eventually you find your way? And again, you would have, instead of the Utah Jazz, for example, who could get in the lottery system dropped all the way down to 14th. Instead, they could say, we have a ton of money. It's like NIL to a point. We could throw all that money at the guy that would go third.
Right.
Here, we'll overpay you. And now, instead of waiting for a lottery ball to come up the right way, instead of that, we're going to go pay that guy.
Yeah.
It's true.
I'm not saying to do this in football where, like, hey, in a year, like, because teams then could just move on from guys. Like, if
you're the Bills with Keon Coleman?
If I'm the Chiefs, in a year, like, all right, Rashee Rice, see you later, because guess what? Jeremiah Smith wants to come play for me.
Perfect.
Right, sure.
Perfect. Not only that, but let's do it this way.
Like, you get bailed out of things not going well for you.
Not just bailed out, but, again, what's part of the Bills' problem is they're drafting 28th and 30th. Like, oh, you want Abdul Carter? Save the cap space and sign him.
Right.
Like, that's not all terrible.
All right.
Might be onto something here.
It's not all terrible.
It's fresh, for sure.
I think you're going to make it hard for bad teams to climb out.
You might make it hard for bad teams to climb out. But again, who are the quarterbacks going to go to? Fernando Mendoza. He's the number 1 quarterback. Name the teams that would want to get him. There's like 6 of them.
And there are still guys
And who's the second quarterback off the board? How many guys are going to sign? Next year's draft, Arch Manning. How many teams are going to offer Arch Manning 6 years, $200 million?
Well,
only 3 of them. So it's the same as actually drafting high, except you're just... Again, I'm not telling you it's better, but I think there would be a way for it to be totally normal and fine.
I mean, if I'm a quarterback, I'd just go to the Sean McVay team. Or the Kyle Shanahan team.
You might want to.
Ty Simpson. We'll see what happens. Interesting there. Final hot or cold take. Another video was posted on an Instagram account, an edit, if you will, to Bruno Mars' Locked Out of Heaven. Diggs comes back to the Bills, hot or cold? Because he put another video out there in a Texans and then the Patriots uniform, and it switched back to his Bills uniform, and it was when Bruno Mars was just singing. So it's pretty crazy that he's doing that. But what do we think, hot or cold?
I mean, is he just trying to will this into existence?
That's what I mean.
Or he's
is he
just having
around?
fun. Yeah, he might just be having fun.
We know he likes to have fun because he knows at this point,
right,
especially here, hey, who reacts to all my social media stuff? Buffalo.
Yeah.
I'll just play around. I'll have fun. I'm bored.
Yeah.
Like, he could just be doing that. He could want to come back, though.
I think it's very possible he wants to come back.
I'm not saying the Bills would want him back. If you're Diggs, would you want to come back here?
Yeah.
Everybody comes back here. Why can't I do the same thing? I want to go back and play with Josh Allen and win.
That part is true.
Like, you're going to block me like everybody else does it, and I don't have a team. I want to win.
Would that say something?
Me and Josh always say we love each other in public.
Right.
Like, let's take that out for a spin. I want to come back.
Would that
I don't
not
think
change the
Bills would do
narrative?
it.
How you feel about whether he left because of Joe Brady's scheme or Sean McDermott or anything like that, right? His dissatisfaction.
Well,
if he comes back to a Joe Brady team.
He'd have to have a realization in his career, which probably had a little bit of this last year. He didn't play all the time. That I'm not a 150 target guy anymore. I'm not a focal point of the offense. He's either accepting that or he's not playing anywhere because there's no team that he's going to be the focal point of, and he kind of just experienced that. Like he got his yards in New England, but he barely cracked 100 targets. And I don't think he'd have that here, but he is not
100 would be number 1 on the Bills.
Right, but that is not that's not your kingpin. To go back to that conversation from earlier, you're not the kingpin of an offense anymore. I think he would know that because he was just on an offense where I'm just kind of a part of it. I'm not the whole thing.
I don't think that's what's stopping him from coming back, and I would like.
No, I don't think so.
I'd like to put together a list of things I think are more likely than this man coming back to this football team.
Okay. Ooh. The U.S. winning the World Cup?
Yes. Let's go. Hit me with him. Yes.
Okay. All right. McDavid signing with the Sabres in a year.
More likely.
McDavid and Matthews somehow signing on the Sabres.
More likely.
Josh Allen on the Rams in 3 years.
More likely.
Really?
I think this is not possible, so you keep going. Like
Allen on the Rams?
More likely.
That's crazy.
More likely.
By the way, any Rams Photoshops on him, I've seen enough of them.
We're getting mentioned.
Muted at least.
Yeah, nightmare fuel.
More
Not
likely.
happening.
What about Bernard Longer winning the U.S. Open?
More likely.
Come on, he's 70.
I'm waiting for you to get to one specific thing here.
The Bills firing Joe Brady after 1 season.
More likely. Please do not interpret any of these things as likely.
No, they're meant to be not likely things.
That's right. That's right. As Diggs returning.
Arsenal winning the Champions League final.
Oh, very much more likely.
It's easy. What's the one he's looking for?
I know.
Is it drafting a wide receiver?
Arsenal
in the first
getting
round
relegated.
Oh, that's not going to happen. No, what I'm waiting for you to say, me eating an egg salad sandwich.
Oh. All right, you eating an egg salad sandwich.
Diggs back on this team, baby.
All right.
Diggs is going to be on this team before I eat one of those.
It's ridiculous.
If Diggs makes if Diggs returns, will you eat?
You having an albatross this year?
Oh, way more likely.
Way more.
Okay.
Way more likely. Diggs not coming back.
What if he wants to?
They don't want him to.
Hey, I'll play for free.
There's no way that's happening.
Why? He's not going to get money anywhere else.
The quarterback doesn't want him to.
The Rams
That's what it's going to come
him.
down to. The quarterback's going to say absolutely not.
Why doesn't the quarterback want him? Because he doesn't want anyone to make him uncomfortable?
Possibly, whatever, or the wrong kind of uncomfortable. The quarterback's not going to want him back.
Right.
They never. If the quarterback wanted him here, he never would have been traded.
Sure.
Period. And he didn't stand in the way, or he kind of pushed it, or whatever. Like, there's no way. No way. It's as likely as the Bills bringing Sean McDermott on as a defensive consultant. That's not no.
He did say, "I'm here for anything Joe Brady needs help with." In his that interview, he did.
He did say that. I got a bonus one. If that's
all right,
okay.
I'm ready for a bonus one.
Aaron Donald. The reports of him potentially coming out of retirement, him not saying no. How would we feel about that compared to Tom Brady deciding to unretire? I know Tom Brady is more of a polarizing figure, but should retired players stay retired?
Brady, yes. Everyone else can do what they want.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so basically, if you retire,
it's a permanent.
You're retired.
You're banned. You become banned.
So like Derek Carr, you're not allowed to come back, which I guess is still something he's trying to do.
Maybe. Yeah, I saw that.
Like it's a final answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't care.
I don't like that. Do what you want.
Yeah. Unless you're Brady, and then please don't come back.
Can I do this for one sport?
Sure.
Boxing. If you're retired, I never want to see you again. Don't come back at 50 and do some stupid fight against a YouTuber.
That's exactly. I was going to mention Mike Tyson by name. I know we were in the NFL, but
he's 60.
60.
I think he's got a. There's a. I don't. It doesn't matter. I don't need to get into it.
And having a Rumble in the Jungle with Floyd Mayweather coming up soon.
That's the thing I was going to not mention. But
okay.
There it is.
Sorry, I had to.
Floyd's fighting Manny again.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Any other submissions, Joe? You put this out to the world.
I do. Since the Sabres season has ended, we've gotten less and less submissions. So, but we're putting some together.
The Sabres trading Tage Thompson more or less likely than the Bills bringing Diggs back.
More
likely.
Tage, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, the submissions I get are along the lines of the Neapolitan ice cream one. Also,
That's good.
backing into a parking spot is weak. We got that one. Yeah, I don't know about that one. We could sit on that one.
Let's get on that one.
Says somebody that can't back into a parking spot only ever.
Backing into a parking spot is weak.
Okay.
That's an insane take.
Sane?
Insane.
Oh,
Insane.
okay. I was gonna say,
I often more often than not, I am backing into a parking spot.
Yeah.
I'm pulling
the
through.
The pull through is the goat move.
Yes,
Everyone knows
sure.
the pull through is the goat move.
Yeah, definitely.
You want
if
to pull
that's
through?
there, I'm doing that.
I'm whatever way I'm facing. I park my car in whatever direction I am leaving the lot. So if I out here,
You're a
I
getaway
back
car
into
driver.
I face the car towards the exit.
Mm-hmm.
I just put it in drive and go.
The only time I don't is if there's someone directly behind me. I'm playing the odds. If there's no one around me, I've got to back this car out at some point. I either do it now or I do it when I leave. Do I do it now when I know no one's around me, or I do it later when someone might be? I'm doing it now.
That's a good point.
Sure.
Good point. Yeah, I always pull through a parking spot if I can. I try to park by myself, but then someone always ends up parking right next to you wherever you park. So, but yeah, that's hot or cold.
I
That's all
saw
got.
an
Hold on,
insane.
let's get a couple more. We can
Okay.
just make some up.
All right.
Go ahead.
I saw an insane thing recently where there was someone standing in a parking spot, I assume to reserve it for someone that was on their way.
Someone did this to me, and I had to move them out of the way. What
do you mean you had to move them out of the
I had
way?
to start speaking to them, and not physically move them out of the way or anything like that. But it was on Allen Street. I got a parking spot down the street, and someone was standing there saying, "They're almost here." I said, "I'm here."
Right.
We
Right.
can't do
I'm
this.
here.
I'm
That's
here.
exactly right.
Yes. I'm good for
You
that.
can't
Hold on.
save a parking spot if you don't have the car.
There are some places you can do that.
What do you
if
mean?
you're pulling into a Bills lot tailgate, like my buddy's going to get the spot next to us, that's fine. Park along the row. Please leave a space. There's some courtesy spots where you could leave a
Okay,
spot
but
open.
that's not yellow lines.
Not downtown.
Not at Target.
Right.
Target, I might allow it. If you're far enough out,
Their lots are big enough. You're never gonna
Yeah,
find out.
that's
if you're far enough out, how different is it than saving a seat at a movie theater? Like, listen, I'm going to save this for my friend here. There's a lot of seats available. If there are no seats available, well, then you get that seat.
Right. That's
But,
a
we're a
different
society.
That's where the reserved movie seats come into play. We should get reserved parking
Yeah, I was
spots.
gonna say that's not a problem I think we deal with as a society.
not anymore.
All movie theater seats are reserved.
I was watching something
Pick
about
'em on the app.
Boston. They put chairs out while they go to work in the winter, to reserve their parking spots. And
Yeah, see that's
I can't. Why?
I'm just gonna move your chair.
I'm gonna move your. Yeah, I'm gonna move your chair. But then I saw that there were you get yelled at if you move a chair. If the public sees you moving a chair out of a spot, you get
if
accosted.
this is your reserved spot, put a sign up. Don't put a chair there.
Yeah, what do we? Could you put up just a fake sign? This is my parking spot.
Well, we should try it.
I wonder if that would work.
Like put up some sort of by the ordinance of the city,
Right.
Statute 231.6. Like
This
people
spot
would
is
see that and say
reserved
like
for own
that
parking.
probably checks
I'm
out.
not messing with that.
Right.
We have a parking lot. We could just attempt this.
Yeah, I mean, there are
A
lots,
homemade
there,
sign.
there are a lot of spots in this.
I know, which would make it funnier.
That would be.
Just put it
Put it all the way in the
I mean,
back
listen,
corner away from the door.
I did have a spot that I parked in for here. I want to say 10 years.
Uh-oh.
And I think Rush Hour Howard just kind of sharked it from me.
Oh, no.
I think
I was
so.
scared it was going to be me.
No, it's not you. It's fine. I park like one spot away now.
Right.
But that routine, it's gone.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything. I just, hey, it's fine. If you get here before me, you can take it. I'm pretty sure it's Rush Hour, though. Might have been him. I don't even know.
That's funny. Thieving the parking
Rush
spot.
Hour Howard.
Rush Hour Howard.
More like, I don't have an answer.
I don't either. I'm trying to think of another goofy take, but I want to be a take artist.
Hot takes, cold takes.
Nathan Peterman's done playing football.
Nathan Peterman's going to be an agent.
He is.
I mean, this is a take, I guess, but he is absolutely the worst quarterback in National Football League history, right?
It's not that one guy for the Jets, the UConn guy.
Tim Boyle?
It's not Tim Boyle.
No, he was bad in college. I mean, I'm not telling you he wasn't bad in the NFL. He was terrible. But I'm working on a list over here of Peterman's stats from his career. It's
Oh,
like
boy.
you can't top it. You just
Didn't all the
Do you know how many? You know what the number is? You know how many picks he threw? Because it's 5.5. Everyone remembers. Do you know how many it ended up being here?
Hold on. He threw one against Houston.
Yep.
After he threw one of the
he threw a
dart.
pick six with the game on the line.
After he gave them the lead with an absolute dime.
And then he threw a pick six.
He also threw a pick in the Bills' playoff game against Jacksonville to ice the game.
Ended a season. They were driving down one score. Yeah.
Imagine if he won that game.
That would be unbelievable.
I don't know how he would deal with
in the chat, heel turn. I was at the 5 interception game wearing a Peterman jersey.
Oh man.
That is a one of one story.
That's tough.
Yeah.
One of one, right?
Do you take the jersey off at some point?
Right.
And if you do, when?
I think you got to commit at that point.
The only thing that could have made that better if Tyrod was not number 5, and it was like Peterman wore number 5 and threw 5 picks.
Yeah.
That would have
awesome.
been worse. He threw with the Bills. The number got to
9 picks.
Higher.
12?
13.
13 picks?
13 picks.
Is that career just with the Bills?
That's with the
or in
Bills.
general?
He threw
another 7 with the Raiders.
He
or
threw
something.
1 with the Bears. He only threw 5 passes with the
Peterman's agency name.
Raiders.
Ready? All right, chat. Give us some names. What should Nathan Peterman's agency be called?
Oh man.
I've got a word. I want to look up words that rhyme with this word because it could be really good.
Okay.
This is tough.
First one comes in the chat via AC. Pick my guy. It's a good start.
That's very good.
It's a good start.
I was trying to think of a playoff pick 6, but I don't have
Pick
anything.
5?
Pick 5.
Pick 5.
Yeah.
Pick 5.
I was trying to think of something along the lines of second half Warriors or something, like.
Right.
Second.
Just because the first half went bad, we'll get you in the second.
Right,
I don't think he ever played a second half. First half,
so
all his memories are first half. And it's incredible, by the way, he threw 5 picks and a half, and we get to have these other memories. But after that, he went a first half and didn't record a first down, right? That was the Ravens game. They didn't get a first down.
Yeah.
Yep.
He got another opportunity against the Bears and had a Hail Mary at the end of the half and took off running 60 yards away from the end
He did
zone.
run on a Hail Mary.
Which is still the most incredible Bills play I think I've ever seen.
Hot or cold, here's one for you. Last night at the Vegas-Carolina game, there's a suite. Do you want to go sit in this suite and visit with the gentlemen sitting next to each other? Gary Bettman and Bill Belichick.
Oh, I saw that.
Would you want to go?
No, zero chance.
Joe, actually, my friends have this suite. Gary Bettman and Bill Belichick are inside. Would you like to go in?
I mean, I can't think of a worse duo I'd want to hang out with while watching Carolina and Vegas play hockey, by the way.
Can I tell you the comment that came with this? It was from Mike Bouvet. I don't know who this is, but whatever. It got a lot of retweets. The comment that went with Bettman and Belichick sitting next to each other is, "No, Gary, it's a school night. She's at home."
I saw that.
Which is, it's funny. Listen, it's funny. It's funny.
Wow. What riveting conversation that probably was.
Yeah, what are they popped up and me and my dad were like, what are those two talking about?
Bettman is talking about a succession plan.
Yes.
The next commissioner.
With Bill Belichick?
It's Belichick.
It's Bill.
What, is it just Bill Daly?
No.
It's not going to just be Bill Daly?
I don't know.
It's been rumored that it's going to be Daly for a long time.
Did you see who's part of the interview process for the Leafs coaching job?
Patrick Waugh.
I saw, and Peter Laviolette.
Yes. They dipped into the 37 people are allowed to coach NHL teams.
Yes, they did.
Patrick Waugh and Peter Laviolette. I'm sure they'd like Bruce Cassidy too, but they might not get permission.
How many teams would that be for Laviolette?
The entire
that
Metro.
Dude has been everywhere.
Yeah. All right, that's Hot or Cold, presented by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. Pick'em Peterman, Pentagon Sports.
Pentagon Sports.
Peterman Heatermans.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Did you hear Micah Hyde's nickname for him, by the way?
No, for Peterman?
Yeah.
He had a nickname for him?
Nate Favre, they were calling him apparently at one point.
When I would like to know the point. I would love to know the point.
Because of
Nate
his
Favre.
gunslinger mentality, from what I'm reading here.
Nate Favre. I wish I knew that 7 years ago. Nate. That can't be real quote.
It's not even a good nickname.
That's got to be AI, right? This is a test. This is like AI or real, right? Nate Favre. There's no chance. It's not even that creative.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even good. What's a better one? There's got to be even a better one.
Nate Favre.
This is one of the lowest moments in station history, learning this fun fact.
So late.
Nate Favre. All right.
He threw a lot of picks.
He did.
More likely to happen, Diggs on this team or Peterman to return and throw a pass?
Ooh.
One day,
anywhere?
A one-day contract so he can retire as a Bill. How long did he last with the Raiders? He was there.
He was there for years.
Yeah.
He had Gruden, didn't he?
Gruden loved
Gruden probably just saw him and went, whoa, okay, this has got to stop.
Gruden loved him. He went, so after the Bills, he was with the Raiders from 2018 to 2021. So that's 4 seasons.
Yeah.
But he only attempted 5 passes. Chicago for 2 years. He started there because I remember the lore of Peterman runs so deep. He almost cost them in a long domino effect. He almost cost them Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
He started a Week 18 game where they needed to lose to get the number 1 overall pick. And he started off on fire. And they benched him for the guy you mentioned earlier, Tim Boyle.
They're like, we got to get worse.
He threw a touchdown, and they took him out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then they lost.
Remember, teams never tank in the NFL.
But that wasn't Caleb Williams. That was the first overall pick where they traded the first pick and got all that stuff from Carolina, including the
For
pick
Bryce Young.
including
Yeah.
the pick that became Caleb Williams. Yeah. Then he went back to the Raiders, the Saints, the Falcons. That looks like then it was over.
Peterman's career earnings just under $8 million.
He has the highest interception percentage in NFL history. He has the fewest yards in a game in which a quarterback completes more than 30 passes in NFL history. He had a minus 100 point differential in his 4 starts, which is not great. I got this set. If Aaron Rodgers would throw 640 consecutive interceptions, he would match Nathan Peterman's interception percentage.
All right.
There's a lot more. It was a bad tenure.
We'll get a break in. Nate Favre. What a day.
Nate Favre.
What a day. Didn't have that one on the bingo card. Yeah, we'll get a break in here. 803-0550. You got any trivia? Let's try and find some trivia.
I've got some receiver trivia. We can find something here.
All right. We'll get some trivia maybe somewhere. And, if you want to give us a call about anything, go for it.
Been wondering a little bit today, Sal, about how much the Bills might evolve as an offense or change running the ball. Like, I don't know that Carmichael said anything about this yesterday that would indicate a difference, or if Brady has, but like DJ Moore coming in, I wonder. Like, they've been more of a run-heavy offense the last couple of years. Could you see that going up incrementally? I don't think they're going to be the number 1 pass-happiest offense in the league, but Cook was over 300 carries last year. Moore's going to come in, and I think you're going to want to feed him the ball somewhat, and those targets got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think part of it too, Joe, is, and he was asked specifically about, James Cook having a lot of carries last year, the most of his career, and, he's not the biggest guy in the world, and kind of balancing that, right? So, we'll see. I think one of the things to make sure everybody knows, and I know you guys know this, is, Pete Carmichael's not calling the offensive plays, right? He's not running the offense. Joe Brady's doing that. He's the offensive coordinator supporting Joe Brady. He's going to be ready to call plays. So I don't think this is Pete Carmichael comes in, what's your offense? And that's what the Bills are going to do. This is Joe Brady's offense. So if that's Joe Brady's philosophy, and we saw it last year, then that's what they're going to stay with. But I do believe that Pete Carmichael will come in and have an influence on a few different things here, which is what he said. Joe Brady said, let's take a look at what we did last year, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we want to continue at, maybe get better at, and also what other teams are doing. And then you throw in, look, Pete Carmichael's with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was with Alvin Kamara. He has a very good pass-catching running back in James Cook. I do think the Bills might lean more into the pass this year. I think that leaning into the pass can come in a variety of different forms. I do think they'll take more shots downfield, like be more of a vertical passing game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like a little bit more involvement from the running backs, from James Cook, and maybe not giving him the ball in handoffs, but maybe finding other ways to get the ball to him, and even DJ Moore finding ways to get the ball to him in different ways.
Good for Vegas. They're up 1-0. I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina. Those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game. Like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that, where it's high scoring.
It's good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates like running to him. I immediately thought like, oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then did you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He like tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went.
Was the Sean McCoy run. That game good for 19 yards. And that's the 5th interception today thrown by Peterman. Trevor Williams with his first of this game.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. June 3rd, 2026. We're getting, what are we like? Sal said the 29th, which is a Wednesday. So weeks until training camp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 weeks to camp.
Nice.
And we will have a full Sabres offseason in there, too. Like, this series is going to go, and then what? I should expect trades within 2 weeks.
The draft is this month.
Yeah, the draft is 3 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, and then free agency is like a week after that, or not even a week after that. So hockey offseason will be quick, given that the Sabres made it further.
Yeah.
They killed a month of the offseason with playoffs, so that helps.
Not bad.
Sure.
Not bad at all.
And the NBA Finals should butt right up against that. World Cup. This is a good June.
I'm
excited.
You are how old, by the way?
30.
Okay. Do you remember Armando Galarraga's perfect game that he lost?
Yes.
Yeah. The anniversary of
The
that.
mutton chops guy.
The umpire?
The umpire.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Okay.
And then on this day in history, or 2 days ago maybe, Armando Galarraga received a Corvette on the field. He took the lineup card to an emotional umpire, Jim Joyce, who was in tears. The two men shook hands in a sign of sportsmanship because the umpire knew
I cost you a perfect game.
I cost you a perfect game by blowing out call at first base.
Yeah.
I remember my take on that game, which was,
I'm sure you were yelling about replay against other people the next day, right?
No, it was different. It was more, that was the last out. You could just say the game ended. There's no what if. It's not an out call that was wrong in the fifth inning.
Yeah,
it was the last out. You could just go back without even a replay system. Major League Baseball could have gone and said, after review of this play, the last out of the game should have ended.
Yeah. Do you know, like, this is, I think in all leagues you can appeal a game.
Yes.
But I think you can only appeal the result of a game.
So we never really see that happen, right?
Well, you see teams appeal, it just never
amounts to anything.
No, it never amounts to anything.
Right. So anyway.
I remember that happening.
Yeah. 16 years ago.
I got a trivia, but it might be too hard for trivia, so maybe it just becomes a list. You tell me. Thinking about A.J. Brown and DJ Moore for this, because both are going to their third team.
Yep.
How many receivers do you think in NFL history have had 1,000 yards on their third team?
Ooh. 7.
The answer is 10.
Okay. 1,000 yards on their third team. Randy Moss.
By the way, one of these is like an asterisk because 9 of them, I think, are on their third team. The 10th is on their fourth team. They didn't do it on their third team or later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Randy Moss.
Randy Moss did it for New England. Yep. After his stint with the Raiders.
Did Jerry Rice do it in Seattle?
No, I think he probably came close.
Okay, it's fine.
But it's not Jerry Rice, no.
Okay. 1,000 yards on your third team.
He didn't come close. He had 360 yards in Seattle.
Terrell Owens.
Terrell Owens did.
He did it with Cincinnati.
No, Dallas.
Oh, I think he did it with Cincinnati, too. His fifth team.
I don't know if he got all the way to 1,000.
Maybe he got to 980. He was close.
But he went Niners to Eagles to Cowboys. He had 1,000 yards there. Yeah, he had 983 in Cincinnati. So he came very close, 17 yards away.
Okay, so Owens.
Owens and Moss.
Moss.
2 of these are hard enough. I'll give you the 2 hard ones. You're not going to get Irving Fryer, right?
No, I was not going to get that.
Or Tony Martin.
Nope.
Okay.
Was not going to get that either.
The rest of them are pretty recent.
Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall did for actually both the Bears
and the Jets
after Denver and Miami.
Okay.
He had 4 stints on different teams.
Third team, 1,000 yards.
Hint, you have 3 former Bills on this list. I guess you had 4 because of T.O.
Bills receivers that left and played for 2 other teams. Like
they didn't necessarily leave Buffalo. In fact, only one of them left Buffalo
hold on.
and had 1,000 yards. I'm just saying they were Bills at some point.
John Brown's not one of these.
Nope.
He didn't get to 1,000.
You're on the right.
Beasley is the second team.
Yep, so not Beasley.
Not Beasley, not Brown, not Emmanuel Sanders.
How about, I'll give you, the Bills were past the third team on 2 of them.
Okay, so he did it and then came here.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper?
Amari Cooper.
Yeah. Browns. He
Yep.
went from the Raiders to the Cowboys to the Browns.
Yep.
Did it with the Browns.
He did with the Browns.
Third team or later, 1,000-yard season. Another Bill.
There is 2 other Bills. One, the Bills were earlier than the third team. The other, later.
The chat guesses James Lofton.
No.
I didn't think so either. Wrong, chat. I knew that. No.
Packers for Lofton. I don't know if did you ever play anywhere else? Packers, Raiders.
Devontae Adams do it with the
Hold
Jets.
on. Add Lofton.
Okay. I knew it was
Lofton.
right. I never doubted you, chat. I knew it all the time.
He had 1,000 yards with the Bills.
Yeah. See?
Right, because Raiders in between. So, yeah. There you go. Good job. Good job, chat.
Who did I just say?
You said... I don't know.
I just literally said a name as a guess, and it's already gone out of my head.
Another Bill on this list.
Brandon
Crazy.
Cooks?
Brandon Cooks, yes. Saints, Patriots, Rams, Texans before the Bills. I think he had in both the Rams and Houston.
Ooh. It's not right because he got this with the playoffs, but Diggs would be an answer.
I have Diggs on my list.
Okay. I didn't
No,
think
Diggs got to 1,000.
last year?
Regular
I thought that was
season.
only with the playoffs.
Nope,
Okay.
he had 1,013 in the regular season, and they had another 100 and so.
Okay.
And then you have one other...
Diggs.
Actually, you have 2 other guys on this list that are recent. One flirted with the Bills. The other...
DeAndre Hopkins.
DeAndre Hopkins. He had 1,000 in Tennessee after Houston and Arizona.
Right.
And then you have another guy who did it recently, also for Tennessee. And this is the last name on the list
Tennessee.
that I have.
Nick
At
Westbrook
Lofton.
Akine. No. That's a joke between Joe and I. No. It's not Calvin.
Where is Nick?
It's not
Where is
Calvin.
Nick?
I think he's in Miami. It's not Calvin Ridley. They're his second team.
Nope. You have it. Calvin Ridley.
Who did he play for before Jacksonville?
Atlanta.
Oh, right.
His first team.
Right.
Yeah. He goes Atlanta, Jacksonville, Tennessee, bam, 1,000 yards.
That's the list.
So that was 11. So if Moore and Brown did it this year, they would become 12 and 13.
Okay.
And I think both are very, very good chances of that.
Yeah.
Brown should do it for sure. Moore probably will.
Yeah, I think they both have good chances.
You would think it's not that many.
803-0550. Extendo Sports coming up. And we'll get you off the NBA Finals tonight. Game 1, Spurs and Knicks from San Antonio. Joe Marino at 7 o'clock. He has his yearly feature. It's like a pillar of the offseason, the 10 most important bills to the future.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about that in that project with Joe Marino. I had a chance to be a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the number 2, do you know who finished number 2?
No, yeah.
Number 2, the second most important bill.
It's not Josh Allen.
No,
of course.
Josh Allen wins number 1 every time.
Obviously.
So basically, this is the who's the second most important bill? What Joe does for his project with Locked On Bills is asks 10 panelists to submit, maybe even more, a 1 through 10, blends the rankings. He also uses his Discord channel, and then here's where everybody ranked, and he charts from year to year. Like, where does Keon Coleman go from rookie year to second year to third year? You know, in and out of the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Kincaid's movement, I feel like Kincaid was once number 2, dropped down to number 10. But this year, who did the panel in a blended set of rankings say is the second most important bill?
I am going to guess that the panel went with DJ Moore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Is it that slam dunky?
No.
Is it
No,
just,
I don't think so.
Is it just
but
that it's new?
It's new. It's a critically important position. It's a position that they have not been very strong at. And also, feel like the depth behind him, especially like perimeter receiver, separator, go-to guy, if something were to happen to him or if he just had a bad year, then I'm right back to there's nobody on this team that I can really trust. Unless, you get a miracle and Skylar Bell is like, Amon-Ra St. Brown or something as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you're not going to have that guy. So I think it's what's behind him. I think it's how important the position is. I do think that he's new also. He's talented. Yeah, like, I feel like more – he would have been my answer for this.
Good for Vegas. They're up 1-0. I am 100% rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights in the series, without question.
I discovered that I'm definitely not going to be able to root for either. I'm going to be rooting. I'm going to be happy at the end of every night, though, because someone that I don't like will have lost. Because what I found last night was Ehlers scores those 2 early goals, and because it's against Carter Hart, I'm like, nice. Good. I feel good about that. But then Vegas was scoring goals and coming back and winning, and they'd pan to Brindamore, or it's the, like you said, the laundry. But it's also the laundry of Carolina, those fans, that building. They showed a bunch of 06 highlights last night, especially in the pregame. Like, they lose the game. Like, all right, that feels good too. So I'm finding my pockets here.
Okay.
I feel like that last night might be perfect. I feel like what I might dream of in this series, because on Vegas, my biggest problem with them would be Hart right now, is that every game this series looks like that. Where it's high scoring.
Good hockey for sure.
It's good hockey, but it's 6-5, 7-6 games, and Vegas wins them.
Yeah.
I think that's a very specific thing I'm rooting for. But I'm fine with how last night went, given what the possible outcomes might have been. Marner blocking a shot at the end of the game to win it. I don't know if he tried to block it, but all his teammates like running to him. I immediately thought like, oh yeah, all the Toronto fans, all the Toronto people, they're watching that right now. What are they thinking? Marner blocks a shot at the buzzer and goes down, surrounded by his teammates to win it. What do they think of that? But then did you see the replay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he tried to block it. He like tried to leap almost through the air across the goaltender. I guess that was the block. But yeah, I liked how last night went. Quick correction. The trivia you just did, reading is hard. That list was the receivers that did it for 3 different teams or more. Not on their third team. But I looked, and the guys that were just your third team, like you're only adding guys from like the old days. So
Gotcha. World Cup begins a week from tomorrow. Mexico, South Africa, the first game. Host nation. 3 p.m. the 11th. Tonight, game 1, Spurs and Knicks is at 8:30.
This is going to be kind of like yesterday. I'm going to wait until the game begins to decide who I'm rooting for. I don't know who I'm going for yet.
You know what would be a good tiebreaker for me in this spot is if I have people in my life that like one of these teams, I root for them.
I have friends who are Knicks fans.
Yeah, like that will.
Yeah.
I want my friends to be happy.
I don't think I know any Spurs fans.
Nate likes the Knicks. I do like Nate.
It's kind of funny,
I do
though.
like Nate mad, though.
Nate's an obnoxious fan when his teams are winning.
That's right.
I don't know if I want that.
Do I want Nate to win? Sure, but it is funny when he's mad. Anyway, maybe go Knicks. All right, we're back tomorrow. Thanks for listening, texting, calling, tweeting, all the good stuff. Enjoy a beautiful day.